Hey guys, Flush, thanks for the contribution. Anthixius, welcome. Alala. Hey yo, Spring Roll. Welcome, welcome. Welcome everybody. Guys, thank you for the contributions to the Unsealed Perestroika Challenge. Welcome, welcome. Alright, and then we also got, we have 2 packages to open tonight. But one has been redeemed so far, so let's take a look. Oh, and there's the other one. Alrighty. Got this package in from Amazon. Alright, 2 things in this package, I believe. Oh, wow. This is not what I expected. Oops. 25%. Oh, we're at 25%. Alright, I got this whey protein. I don't know if I actually meant to order mass gainer. Well, I didn't, but I don't know if this actually, if they sent me the wrong thing or if I actually ordered this. So, oops. Whoops. Let's take a look. I gotta find this out. It's critical. No, I just gotta get in some protein because I don't need enough meat, but I don't need to get mass. I already have mass. Mass with no muscle. Oh shit, it was mass gainer. Alright, well, maybe when I lose all of my weight, I'll use it. Did not mean to buy the mass gainer. Whoops. But there's one more thing in here. We got a new spool of solder. Leaded solder here. A pound. This is another one of... I feel like we're running low. So I just wanted to restock before I actually run out. So kind of a weird thing to put in the same packaging as some food, but you know, what are you gonna do, I guess. Okay. Anyways, we got another package that, I mean, aside from the embarrassment of the mass gainer, we got another package that is still also interesting. Presumably in a different way, but I guess I have to open it to find out. But yes, guys, we are at 25%, 251K to the Unsealed Perestroika Challenge. And it's been what? I want to say less than 2 weeks. It's been less than 2 weeks. So, like, at this rate, I'm thinking maybe we get this done, like, end of February-ish. Alright, I gotta get this open. Alrighty, guys. It has arrived. We got the red and brown IROC switches. Ah, interesting. So I think here then at this point, why I find this interesting to just have them in hand. We can try to... Sinvac, what's going on? We try to run calipers and then see what the thickness is of this. So let's do it. watch this be like somewhere that's not even in the realm of the Alps 1mm or the 1.6 on MX. Okay, so this is a little weird because basically there's nothing that actually like will show that it clips, but I'm gonna venture to say that the 1.6 is more accurate. And I'm just like kind of trying to eyeball it. Cardi B Lo-Fi, I don't know how I feel about this. It's pretty good. I like it. I like it. So how does this, if you guys look real closely at it, I think you guys saw it already. And maybe MX is like this too, but it's like, I don't have anything to lean the calipers on both directions or both sides because this piece right here doesn't connect with this piece. And then like, there's only just that part in the middle that protrudes. So it's like, I kind of just have to eyeball where to stop the calipers. But if I do, it looks like 1.6. So I think we could just move in that direction. Maybe, yeah. Maybe 1.5, somewhere in the realm of 1.5, 1.6. So I think that's pretty much it. The other thing that I think might be worth trying out is cracking it open. See if we can find out what we could do with it, like how to crack it open. Is it worthwhile? What do we lube? How to lube? Like I wonder if this is one of those situations where you have to like run the dry lube just like in Alps, or if this is a situation where is it closer to MX. So I have 2 Alps opening tools, but then like I also have like the nutcracker. I can't imagine this nutcracker will actually, yeah, this won't work. Yeah, there's no way. It has to be one of the Alps tools. What if you get a 1.6mm plate and push the switch against the edge to see if it will work? I was thinking that. Let me go. Do I have any plates in this room? No, I think I'm gonna have to go grab one in the other room. All right, let me go grab one. So this is a plate from KBD fans. Yeah, if the idea is just push it against the switch, yeah, this seems right. So like, I can kind of like, I don't know how well you can see it, but it's just that like, it's sitting in that slot and then it looks like it hugs from this side. Then from this side it does as well. So I think we're good. We're good in that range of 1.5 to 1.6. I hope. Oh, here's... no, that's not that useful. Because it's like... it's... Yeah, let's just guess that it's fine. I think it is. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, we have the information now. I know what to cut it in. I think it's. Oh, we wanted to crack it open. Let's see how well this works. I want to say not super well. Wow, yeah, because it's like bigger. So neither of these tools really work. You can just like pull the 2 tops. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I kind of did just do it though. So I think you could just peel this off with your fingernails. Then I guess try to like push up the legs. They don't seem to be like quite as like tight as like regular Alps or even other Alps clones out there. So really relatively simple. Now when I look at the construction, there's no complicated switch plate in here. It just really just seems to be like it's kind of like a simplified Alps, so a non-complicated but a simplified Alps. Hold up. Sorry, I got a message. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't playing the sound. Okay, so it looks like a simplified Alps, which I think some people don't prefer, but I think these are interesting enough. I want to see how well they'll actually like feel and perform. Now, one thing that is weird too, though, is again how exactly do we lube it? I can see the rubber bands in there on the stem. So I'll just take one. We have 70 of each, so if I mess it up, it's probably fine. You might need some pliers for this. Let me grab something like this, just some pliers. Maybe we'll pull this out. There we go. So it's like a two-piece construction, like simplified Alps. That one's kind of in there. Oh, wait a second. It's actually kind of different. There's actually like 3 pieces in there. I didn't anticipate that. I don't know if you guys could. Oh, yeah, my thing is going kind of nuts. I apologize for that. But there's a 3rd piece in there. We pulled out the 2 legs. How good are keyboards? Thank you for the contribution. We'll hydrate after I finish looking at this. This is the IROC switch. So there's a 3rd piece in there, and I'm wondering how appropriate it is to try to remove it, because it looks like it's not, like, at this point it looks kind of fragile. I mean, even the other 2 pieces I pulled out look kind of fragile too. I thought that was an RJ45 terminal first. No, this is the top of an IROC switch. Oh my god. So I'm trying to figure out how to get it back in there, if it's very easy to, the stem, without removing that 3rd piece. And my first thought is no. No, it's not very easy. Okay, you can kind of just push it in, I think. All right. So there's that. Now there are these rubber bands on it that I think are meant to... Shit, you guys still... Man. You guys might still not be able to see super easily because my focus is going nuts. Maybe I'll just set it to manual from here. Okay. So you can see those gray rubber bands. I pushed that in, and I think that at some point, so the pole will kind of go through this cavity, and then I think those 2 rubber bands hit those bottom 2 bumpers down there. I wonder what would happen if you removed them. Again, I have 70 of them, so I'm kind of just thinking, what if I just got rid of them? Like, there's part of me that wants to be able to try these with like bandless, to see if it's worthwhile to get like 2 more sets of these. so that we can try to de-silence these and then use them in different builds. Okay, so I got one off. I feel bad. It's like there's probably someone, I don't know if they have a process. Like when you go to the factory, is someone putting these on with their hands? Do you guys think that this is like done through a machine, getting all these rubber bands on? Okay, so the rubber bands are off. Let's try see how easy it is to put all this back together. They kind of look, I don't know if I want to say they're equivalent on both sides or if they're equal on both sides. There's a notched piece that goes against the contact leaves, so I think it's supposed to be, there is kind of a direction to this. It was done by hand. The cost per switch would be insane. There's some dude doing all of them. Okay, so we got that back in. Let's try to punch in these the legs. So the key is to get these legs back in. I don't really remember how. I pulled it out and then I don't remember what I did. Okay, I think it's like this. Yeah. Oh man, I think trying to tune these would be a nightmare. I mean, I don't even know how you would, first of all, but trying to would be kind of a nightmare. Even then, it's that like if you're opening these to try to de-silence them, also a nightmare. I don't know if I put that in the right direction. I guess I might need to open another one. I see. Okay, so it is inset. So the left leaf, when you're looking at it from the back, the left leaf has to be the side that's kind of pushed in, I think, which is what I think I had. Okay, I think I have everything set in there. I'll get the spring back in, then we'll push this whole thing back together. Okay, everything is pushed back together. I can't really tell. I can't really tell the difference. Two one, Happy New Year, Punk Shoe. Welcome and thanks for the contribution. And Happy New Year, guys. It, for some reason, feels weirder after I've, like, I don't want to say it's I didn't anticipate this. It's like kind of weird and mushy. Where's the daughter board song? We're gonna work on that tonight. We're gonna fix that. It's stupid. Yeah, something about this feels off. Oh shit! I put it in reverse. Wow, that is weird. There's like multiple slots at the bottom, and then like some of them are bigger than others. Oh, there we go. I don't know if you guys could hear that. What is that? These are the red linear IROC switches. So I just de-silenced one of them. this one right here. And it's hard to determine. I think it's like you'd need to mount this on a plate to really see if there's like an actual difference. Because the bands, like, I guess like the travel is crazier. Let me try to mount a keycap on it. Oh, there is a difference between silenced and unsilenced. I don't know if you guys could hear that. So this is a silenced IROC switch, which is how it comes in when you buy it. And then here is an unsilenced one. We just removed the rubber bands. Pretty big difference. On top of that, I'm not 100% sure really how you would tune this. I'm just being totally honest. The construction is a lot like an Alps switch, so I don't know if like the standard like basically wet lubricants that we use for MX applies as much as say the dry lubricants that might be necessary on Alps. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this one out just as, you know, just to maybe show it off. But I'm gonna put the two silenced ones back in the bag because we can just grab them from the bag anytime. Kill Combat, welcome. All right, also gotta get this hydrate in. Okay, I kind of want to do the same exercise for the browns, just see how the tactile feels and then what the difference is between silenced and unsilenced. It's a really, really light tactile, so it kind of does feel like a cherry brown almost. But let's do this. Let's go for it. So I'm gonna crack one of them open. Oh, interesting. Okay, so now this is, I mean, doing this for tactile is even more crazy because you have to take out a tactile leaf, and it is weirder than doing so for Alps. Let's see how easy. Yeah, this is weird. Okay. I just got it out. You kind of gotta cling to it. Now I wonder if I can get away with not removing the contacts and just push this out. See, I think the answer is no because one of them just came out anyways. So here's the same stem construction as like the Alps is like the stems are all the same. So we're gonna tweezer out these rubber bands. I think I just one just kind of flew. All right. All right. So we're good there. And then we need to get this clipped back on or pushed back in. Is it easy to do that with the leaves still there? I gotta tell you guys, it really doesn't feel like it. Okay, I think I got that. We're gonna punch this guy back in. McJizzle, what's going on? Welcome back. Happy New Year. Okay, I think we're good there. You gotta get this spring in. All right, so these legs are supposed to go through the very thin ones. Oh, these legs are also a little bit bent. Happy New Year. Are these the IROC switches? Yes. So I'm just trying to de-silence just to have like a couple of switches here just to see how they compare. Okay, I think we got that. Pull this key off. Pull this key off again. Grab a couple here. See the difference, and we can just do a sound comparison. Then we can move on to the build. But I appreciate you guys humoring me trying this out. Oh yeah, pretty big difference. All right, take a listen to this. So again, linears and tactiles, they come in pre-silenced. The clickies, I guess they don't. So here is the silent version that you can just go and buy right now. Got like kind of that mild, medium, like maybe light to medium tactility. And then here it is, unsilenced. So pretty cool. Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile to grab another set of each and then try to silence them. I think what would be really silly, I've done this before with Matthias, like Alps clones, where it's like you could transfer over the dampeners, the silencers, from like their versions of linears and tactiles. They're Alps clones. They're not going to have the MX stems, but you could transfer them over to the clicky stems, which is like kind of ridiculous. Like, why would you want to do that? But I figure you could do it there, and those look a lot more like Alps with the way the dampeners are set up. But I'm going to guess that the construction here for IROCs is going to be different, but the analogy will still be there in that you could put these rubber bands onto those clicky unsilenced stems if you really wanted to. But why would you really want to? So, yeah. Cool. All right. I think we have a good amount of info. So I'm gonna anticipate, honestly. My thought is probably use these linears on the Sidewinder, but maybe not. I don't know yet. Maybe I'll go onto the Teal Technic Discord and just kind of ask, hey, is there a way to lube them? Do these have to be treated with the dry lube that we use for Alps, or can they be like sort of lubed like MX? And I'm gonna guess the former, but I'll find out. To prevent hysteresis? Wait, what's to prevent hysteresis? The silencers on the clickies. Okay. I believe, yeah, this one's the unsilenced. So I'm just gonna leave these out just because they're like interesting, and then we can like kind of compare them to maybe MX or even Alps switches that I might have on hand, just as a comparison. Okay, cool. All right, guys, thank you again. Thank you for humoring me for this. I think it's time for the build, and the build is it's not hard. It's probably gonna be a little long. So, it's just me, or is stream audio desynced from video? Highly probable it's just me. Oh, yeah, let me know if there's any issues. If anybody else is having it, that wouldn't be so good. Probably just me, scuffed. All right. Okay, let's put this all away, and let's talk about this this crazy build. I think Zero was one of the most entertained by this build. So I've done the sangeo60 a couple times, but the second time around, we fucked up. So what had happened? In short, the sangeo60 relies on like a pretty standard 60% PCB with the connector on the top left. And the problem that we faced here was that I used a standard 60% PCB that doesn't have the connector, but instead relies on a JST connector. So this is, I don't know if y'all can see this, but just coming straight out of the microfiber cloth, you could see the daughter board and it just kind of sticks out right now. It's really dumb. Oh, and there's our blue click clack. There it is. Yeah, okay, so there was an explanation, which was that, okay, how did this start? The sangeo60 only came with one plate, and it uses standard PCBs, so it's just that, like, you get any number of PCBs and then, like, get your own plates cut or buy new plates or whatever. So there was this phase, that's probably why they didn't offer other plates. Well, the plate, okay, let me, mediocrity, welcome, and Happy New Year. So here's the situation. They offered one plate, and you could use any PCB, so long as it has a USB connector at the end. And in this case, I mean, I guess you could use one that doesn't, but then you'll have to deal with this stupid thing. But my story is that I wanted to do a second build because this was one of, at the time, this is one of the few boards where the designer provided like a public plate file. You know, they kind of just do it, especially you can just ask for them, and sometimes they'll provide it, sometimes they won't. But this one is just like, it was public. So it's just like, okay, I went to go grab it. And my thought here was, I was really, really into the idea of 313, literally until this build. But it wasn't just this build. In fact, the night that I built this, I wasn't supposed to build this. What had happened was I took that plate file that existed for the sangeo60, and then I had a bunch of other plates printed at the same time. I think that's when I did my first passes of the MX11800, which, you know, one of them failed multiple times. Like one of those 4 MX11800 plates failed multiple times. But I also had another one, which was the Y6 keyboard. And that one, as well as the sangeo60 in that order, I intended to do these 313 plates. But I also wanted to go a little tricky too on top of that, which is a separate concept, kind of unrelated to this, but we're also doing these like half plates plus inverse half plates, where one of the plates is like distinct from the other. So if you guys could see, there's like a seam right here, and we'll see it better when I pull off all the keycaps. There's a seam right here because the outer plate is in alu, and then the inner plate is in palm. Anyways, I basically did the inverse for the Y.6, where I did a palm half plate with the alu inner. And I was starting to try to assemble things together in that Y6, which requires a daughter board. I was starting to assemble things together, and then I realized that the build just wasn't going to work. The Y6 relies on some H60 edge cutouts that normally kind of get used for like O-ring mounted boards. But the Y6 itself, like the case on the Y6, they're not really standoffs, but they're just shaped. And I think it's for the reasoning of allowing for a screwless design. They're just shaped to kind of rely on those H60 standard like edge cuts, which this PCB, which I think is the NOP60 or SNOP60, doesn't have. So I was like, most of the way through, just before like soldering, or I think even after soldering, when I was trying to assemble things together, when I realized like this issue. So I just scrapped it midstream, and then I started the building the sangeo, but I didn't realize that I needed to switch the PCB. Like I already had the stabilizer screwed into the JST PCB. So I was just like, okay, let's just pivot. Let's take this whole thing, and then let's go for the sangeo60. But then I realized I should have used a different PCB and then transfer the stabilizers over. So that's why this stupid thing happened, and I've always been intending to fix this, and tonight's that night. So on top of that, we're going to switch out the switches as well. So this is what HHKB Legends would be on an actual German HHKB, or is it just a weird mixture of ISO German and ANSI? Like to the first question, I guess conceptually maybe, but probably not. It's closer to your second question, but there's like a little bit of an explanation. Whoops. These are G81 OG Cherry die sub keycaps, but they didn't have like ANSI layouts for this because it's German. So a few years back, sometime in between like 2017 and 2019, there was a group I run called GMK Missing Keys, where they just literally ran some beige keycaps, just the sort of classic beige used between Cherry and GMK, to just kind of cover what was necessary for helping fill out what you would need for like a ISO, some kind of international ISO set into ANSI. So I bought this from some guy overseas who had the set of OG die subs along with the Missing Keys group by kitting. So that's what that is, and that's why we have these two keys. Those are the ones that are most notable. But I think also we would look at this one as well, and the control too. So it's actually a mixture of die subs and double shots. Split Space Kajata, welcome back and Happy New Year. So speaking to both of you guys, Kajata and Alala, that's a lot of A's. I don't like Split Space, but that's because of how I type. What had happened was, prior to me doing this build, which was all kinds of a disaster, had all kinds of disasters dealing with the Y6 sangeo60, and then this stupid thing happening. Prior to that, for like 9 months, I was shilling 313. And I was just like, 313 is like the greatest thing, the greatest possible layout out there. And my thought was just that, like, I think that, here's my explanation for why I thought that. And I still kind of think conceptually it's a really good idea. Number one is that I think that the longer the wires you go on spacebars, the more at risk you are of just introducing a tick for one reason or another. Like maybe your wire isn't perfectly balanced. Who knows? Something weird is possibly going to happen. FOS 091, thanks for the follow. So that was kind of my explanation for that. But I also, well, just showing this while I'm still on this view. On top of that, I also have just generally thought the idea of having a centered artisan that isn't the escape key, because that's not centered and isn't randomly a 7 key, but having a centered artisan just seemed like a really cool idea. So I really, really like the idea of 313 for that reason. And then on top of that is that like your plate and PCB compatibility stay exactly the same if you opt to go to 7U. So those were all the thoughts that I had in my head about, the idea of 313. But it turns out in practice, there's a whole lot of issues, including all the ones that I encountered here, which might not be as related to 313 specifically. But the real issue that I saw was that when I'm typing, I'm a right thumb spacebar user, but you see exactly where my thumb lands. My thumb lands dead center because of how QWERTY layouts are actually set up. So when you look at your left hand, your thumb doesn't land on the middle. Your thumb lands actually on the left space bar, because the way we're taught to type with our hands on these 8 specific home row keys is actually not centered like on the alpha portion of your keyboard. It's slightly over to the left. So like your left hand will have your left thumb landing on the left space bar. Meanwhile, your right hand will have your thumb, if you use it for space bar, landing basically dead center. So it's kind of just like a little bit ridiculous to kind of like know that I have basically reduced my spacebar tapping target from 7U to 1U, and also specifically on the key that was meant, you know, to be for the artisan, which is one that I was hoping that I wouldn't be touching so much. It's funny, old boards had the switch exactly there. And like, again, conceptually, I think one of the other reasons I thought it was a good idea was because if there was some way that, like, you know, you're typing like this, and as a right thumb spacebar user, my thought was that my thumb would be landing here, is that this side would be dedicated for when I type, and this side would be dedicated for when I game. And then like I'd have basically that sort of, that dual purpose of the two sides of the spacebar. So, but then that just didn't happen. And so that's why I'm just kind of like a little disappointed in the fact that like I had kind of promoted it for so long, you know, completely without ever using it. What's your dominant hand? I'm a left-hander. Some of you guys might have been able to catch that from when I solder, but I am a left-hander. But in general, it's that like I use my right thumb to hit the space bar. I'm a lefty. I don't know why I'm a right space bar. Same. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, right? Okay. Let me follow up on these messages here. Kazik, thanks for the follow. Let's see. Okay. Split space makes my thumb feel cramped to get used to. Yeah, because I think when I was trying to do this, it's that I had to do this weird tuck and then still use this. It was kind of weird. This is the moment 313. Chris knew that 313 wasn't for him. Exactly. It's exactly what I knew. It's like, that's not even the joke. Hurts my thumb without reverse space bars. I see. Do you not like any split space? I thought it was just 313 you objected to. So I haven't tried like the 225, 125, 275 yet, but I'm going to imagine it's not super, super different from this. What I think would be really, really useful is this thing that we actually showed on the last Sangeo stream. And this I found really cool, is this notion that like the way that stabilizers are supposed to be set up here, you know, you have it shared from 7U to the two inner 3U stabilized keys. But what it turns out is that those also actually perfectly match if you had a 3 unit in the middle. The problem is trying to fill out for the rest of this requires either two 2-unit keys or 2 1-unit, or like 4 1-unit keys, or just the combination thereof. And there's no PCB I know of that does like a standard staggered QWERTY layout and then has a type of bottom row that looks like that. So it's just like, this idea seems really cool because this would be that perfect target for me. But I think that would be cool. I think in general, like Alice, something that's not a standard staggered layout like this, something like an Alice is like, I like Alice keyboards as long as they're an HHKB. His thumb wasn't for it. Yeah. I need raise and lower so bad. Oh, like the keycaps. Oh, I saw it as 10U spacebar. I've been seeing those long ass space bars. I just like, that's one of those things where I'm just like, I feel like there's a risk of say like a wire imbalance or just some kind of ticking getting introduced for when you go longer and longer. So I'm like, I'm good on super long space bars. 7U is like, 7U is for me. Like that's where it ends, I think. Time to make an ortholinear HHKB. It'd be a little weird. You know what I think is would have been cool is if literally, like, it's not really an Alice, but literally just have a tiny gap, but it's still otherwise staggered like this, right? I think that would be cool. Like, I know that there are those boards where it's like they're basically like what was it, the Kendo, which, you know, that's been like in IC for like 3 years or more. Like, having that be able to split out, like, I wonder where your thumb would land when using that. I don't know, but I got to imagine that, like, having a situation where, say, the home row looked a little bit more like this would be perfect. Just shifted 1 unit over. So I don't know. Are there HHKB layouts that move the spacebar more towards center for QWERTY? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure I can catch that question in full, but I gotta imagine, like, the closest thing to a relevant answer to what I think your question is, would be like some kind of JIS layout, like HHKB JIS. Let me see if I could find one. But then, like, you know, things get a little funky in JIS, right? So something like this guy. I don't know if this is what you might be referring to, but, you know, they even have like that little tiny blocker, bottom row blocker there. I mean, so you don't have the split spacebar issue, so the spacebar is shifted a bit left. I don't know. Let me think about that. I don't know how anyone would do that, but, like, I don't know, if you could diagram something like that for me, I'd love to be able to conceptualize it. I'd love to be able to. So okay, let me see. There's more. I saw some guy had a board where the bottom is all 1.5. What a weirdo. I think I've seen that too, but I'm not 100% sure. Split spaces I have are done are on a 65% and use 1.25 mod, so the right hand spacebar ends at the edge of the N, so it works for right hand space. I see. So it'd be some, like, okay, so that's kind of there. I wonder how solid that'll be, but I'm gonna guess that, like, those 65s, they don't have this sort of symmetric look that I was, like, hoping for, right? Like, where this idea that, like, your 7 would line up with your space key, like 1U in both sides, the top and the bottom. I don't know. JIS looks sick in my opinion. It looks a little crazy for me. Like, it looks a little busy for me. Looking at this one, it's like, it's cool, but I don't know if I would do it. Also, I just realized there's a second blocker too, right? Like right here. Kind of interesting. No, they are non-symmetrical. Yeah. I mean, then it's like, it seems like the way that I type, there's always, like, something's got to give, like, in terms of how 313 kind of works. So it's just like, it's just unfortunate. It's like, I think I just had to tap out of 313, and that's like, it's just kind of where the story is going to end, I guess. JS is Q for sure. That looks so uncomfortable, but looks awesome, but so uncomfy. Keep.io sells split keyboards. They're FR4 skeleton cases, but the split spacebar is neat. Let's take a look. Keep.io. I think I've seen this before, but it's just been a minute. Split keyboards. I see, yeah. Pretty neat. That's cool. Q-Frenzy. You know, the first time I saw Xing Wang stream, I think she was building a Q-Frenzy. Long time ago. So what is that? That's like, I think that's 275 right there. And then this one's the 225. I see. So that's ZXCVB. So yeah, that just cuts right there where the N key is. So, I mean, I don't know. That might work. Plexus 75 is HHKB perfection. Ooh. Excuse me. But that's like the plexus is like ortholinear, right? Okay, enough talking about all this. Let's just do it. So at this point now, we're gonna pop off all these keycaps, and then just work from here. So a few things is I wanted to switch out the switches, and I think my plan here was to run Cobalts, and then I realized that I also have those Cobalt TX stabilizers. So I think I also need to redo a bunch of stabilizers just for the purposes of this build. And then I guess we'll just save these stabilizers for another build. I guess. But it's also weird because, like, what am I really saving these 3U stabilizers for? I mean, I'm gonna, like, whatever it is, I'm gonna have to take it out, like, anyways, because I don't think, first of all, I don't think the key set I want to use on this, just like I'm thinking about it backwards, I don't think it has 3U space bars. But second of all, is like, I don't want to use it anyways, so. So we're gonna have to get rid of these two 3U stabilizers anyways. So. And yeah, we're gonna put these away for tonight. We're not gonna run this dice sub mix, dice sub double shot mix. All right, so we could show this off here at this point now. You can see that there's two different plates. And this is just like another weird extra thing worth noting, is that I had this two half plate setup where one of them is like inverted. All right, so then we're gonna put this away here. Maybe I'll run that on the escape key at the end of stream. Okay. Keycaps are off. What do you call plates like this? Franken plates. So I had first heard about this on an Alex Soto stream. He mentioned like, hey, wouldn't it be like an interesting idea? You like have the two halves, like the inverted half. So I just kind of stole the idea and then I wanted to try it out. I don't know how I feel about it, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I think maybe I was just so like caught up with the fact that there was so many things wrong with this build that like I didn't pay a whole lot of mind to how it felt. But we're gonna rebuild with this setup, but we're just gonna relegate to the 7U spacebar because I really just don't care enough to do 313 anymore at this point. Ah la la, thanks for the contribution. Okay, so I'm also recalling that it's not as easy as just lifting this off because of how this like stupid JST thing happened. So I need to like kind of be careful in figuring out what it is I need to do here, just so long as I can be sure that I have all these unscrewed. The hell hell is going on? Gluppy Ponchik, Sangeo is such a good board. Yeah, it's pretty good. I wanna do another build though. Like I think I've had, you know, a couple of forays with this, and they've just gone kind of bizarre. We want to get the build right tonight, so bro, why is this what's going on with these screws? Am I like stupid? What? Bruh. Yeah, I'm scoping. Oh shit, one of the screws came out. I'm scoping the GMK Hennessy I just grabbed in his step control support. Ah. I'm not a fan of step control. it's a little further away. I think it makes sense for caps lock. If you have caps lock positioned there, specifically at that spot, because you want it to be like away, you specifically want it to be away from your alpha keys so that you don't accidentally press it. But for control, it's that like, well, I use control a lot, right? So I actually do want to be closer and not so far away. Bruh, what's going on with these screws? Prince wants to be in control. If he's a purpose HAKB style control. I mean, it looks interesting. What switches would we be switching to? Cobalts. I think we're going to go for Cobalts tonight. Once we're finished struggling to get this open. My goodness. Actually kind of crazy. You know what I wonder? Like, what is going on? What's this current? They look like Momo Shark. These are Zelios. Zelio, 67 grams. Exploding Corn, welcome. By the way, Glubby Ponchik, Exploding Corn, welcome. And Happy New Year. Bruh, I literally cannot get this open. Has anyone had this issue with their sangeo? You sure it's the screws? I'm not. Like, one thing I wonder is whether it's like the gaskets. Yeah, it was the gaskets. I think there's just like some kind of crazy suction. Yeah, okay. Happy New Year, lunar soon. True. Cherry Raw's going on this board? I think so. That is our plan. Get Cherry Raw on this board. Okay, I think I got it. Okay. Man, what the hell was that, man? That was ridiculous. Okay, so now here's the strange part of all this. Let me get these last couple screws off. Okie doke. So we had this dumbass thing with this daughter board sticking right out because I used the wrong PCB. For anyone who's just tuning in. So, okay, so we have these gaskets sticking down on the bottom case as well. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Cherry Raw sick. Anything by Beep is a cop for me. I feel like there's also been some other cool ass shit that I don't know, I was just late to the party for from Beep. Like those like Topre sets. Okay, god damn, finally. Okay, so here is the situation. There it is. You can flip the board like this and the plane will fall out. It's ridiculous. Is it just like, is it suction? Like, it's not adhesive that's making it stick. It's just nuts. All right. So this was the problem we came across. I don't know. Beep did a Topre set. That's dope. I think there were a bunch of, or a couple of Topre sets that were done. I just forgot what they were called. They were like, kind of like that, I don't know, that Univer extended like Apple look. Fuck. And then this JST thing, like the cable doesn't have those little things you can like hang on to, so I'm trying to be careful here. But yeah, but then it had like Japanese sub-legends too. Oh my god. Worst JST cable in the world. It's like, what are you even, are you just yank it? Like, come on, there's no plastic things for like leverage or anything. Okay, we got it. All right, it's gone now. More sturdy than you think. All right, well, it's gone now. Now we don't have to think. Okay, so we got to desolder all these switches. We got to take the stabilizers out because if we're using Cobalts, we want to use those Cobalt stabilizers I have too. So then we'll save these for later, I guess. Okay. Chris got out the middleman thinking. The hell is that? That's upside down. Hold on. Okay, let me get my workspace set up here. Quite a bit of work tonight, I think. Desoldering will take the amount of time desoldering is, but then like basically do a whole rebuild on it is... Actually, you know what I could do is leave the stabilizers in because I'm not using this PCB anyways. The only reason I actually want to desolder is to get these plates out. So for those just tuning in, there's two plates in here. It's an alu half plate with a POM mid plate. But that's basically the only reason why I actually want to do any desoldering in the first place. So let's do that. I don't have to like unscrew any stabilizers. If anything, yeah, I don't know what the hell like I would use this for like at all. Yeah, this this is just kind of hopeless. You prefer the stock plate or this Franken plate? All right, Miyagi, the truth is I don't remember. We could do both configs because it's like I already have another configuration. So, okay. Also, I just want to mention the Frankenplate idea is stolen from Alex Sotos. Alex Sotos deserves the credit for this, or that, or whoever he stole that idea from. What I'm saying is it is not my original idea. But also I need to grab one of these desk mats here. Like one of the things I wonder is like I don't even know what like just solely a half plate on a sangeo60 feels like. Cause that would be like a good comparison, right? Like there's a chance that when you run a half plate, there might kind of be like a lot going on that makes you not like the plateless part of it, right? Like it just might be the case that something in the board's construction makes you not like the center plate, in which case you want something there, but you might not want it to be the firmest thing. Bash and Tony, welcome back. Have that desk mat? It's a nice desk mat. I use it as a work mat because I've ruined it. Alright, so that's heating up. I'm going to grab this guy. Alright, Miku has done a good job, but we need to grab this wire. Look, a sangeo order. look it. What else? We need to grab, or we need to open this window. And I'm also going to grab the air purifier. Okie doke. I guess let us get started. Not yet, but soon. Oh man, I can feel myself starting to become one with the 40s. I'm starting to officially use symbols without straining. Oh, nice. We rigged marbles so hard. Wait, what? All right, here we go. Oh shit. Brr. Oh, interestingly, this is 62 switches, not 60, because of the extra space bars. Oh, who got the Real Force dub? I saw a notification for it in the morning. I was like, damn. Oh, Stiletto. It was passed to Stiletto. So we'll do this. Kajata won it. Tried passing it to Bitter Seeds. He wasn't here. So we moved to second place. He was still a Stiletto. Shoney's and Thrash and Tony, thank you guys for the contributions here. We're gonna seal this sealed set of Perestroika. Once we hit 1,000,000 points. And we have like a pretty significant amount of points submitted, but we just gotta keep doing it every day, you know? That's real reason you're on the stream grind. I'm on the stream grind because I have imposed this rule that I won't unseal it unless a bunch of people are watching me. I guess was that what's going on? I think it was more that I just didn't want to I don't know, I didn't want to just open Perestroika for nothing, I guess, because I don't even have like a board that I plan to put it on yet. Speaking of which, hello, Stiletto, welcome, and Happy New Year. Slipped my mind last night, I forgot to say thank you to Chris. Appreciate offering stuff like that to the community. Yeah, no, just chill. Like, it's just junk to me anyways at this point. Can you do seal Perestroika after unsealing it? I need to get one of those, like, I don't know, some kind of heat shrink gadget. Alright, we're doing a little cleaning right now. My first official concert shoot sign-up is slated for the end of February. So I had a pretty long off-season here. So when you sell it, it's used but sealed. Trying to give us opportunities to burn our points. Yeah. Some people have way too much. Oh, I have a little update. So I think I'm still gonna keep up with stream pace, but not necessarily build pace. What I mean by that is, I'll continue to try to keep streaming like with, you know, kind of this, hopefully this relative frequency, but it's not gonna be like a build every night like it has been for the last 2 weeks. One of the things is that, like, you know, I still have builds to do, and I still have builds to do for a while. But I think it would be worthwhile for me to, like, you know, I've mentioned this, like, produce some like YouTube content, just because I feel like, you know, in terms of what I have in my collection, it's like, I think it would be helpful for the community if I shared it, you know? But it's that, like, a part of me was wondering if I should, you know, just do that completely separately from this stream. But then I just thought, like, we've already tried this once where I was trying to record a YouTube type test for YouTube while I was streaming. And that went a little weird, but I might as well spend the time doing that. Once I can get like some kind of a workflow, at some point then I think it would be like, I could hopefully pump out recordings quickly, like within a singular stream. And then I think that benefits you guys. I don't know, maybe not. Benefits you guys, because then you guys can see and hear a bunch of boards all at once. And then at the end goal of it is that, like, you know, it'll all go in a VOD, I guess, but it'll also be, you know, kind of these presumably high quality recordings that can go up on YouTube at the same time. So that's kind of just what I'm thinking, and I'm just like, why not spend some stream time doing that? And then I don't know, if there's any chance that they gain some traction on YouTube, then maybe potentially people will flow in here, and then I'll continue to have some of these builds, you know, to work on. They kind of get stretched out through March rather than late February. I do have some questions about topiary weights. The 70-gram domes, do they feel similar to U4Ts at all by any chance? I do prefer heavier spring weights, but I don't want to go too heavy. Also, do you want to shoot me a DM? Shoot you a DM in Discord that has my info again. Yeah. Or if anything's changed, let me know. Or just ping me so that, like, you know, it's at the top of my list. How they compare the 70-gram Deskies domes? How they compare it to U4Ts? I don't know. It's been a while since I've used U4Ts, but I could pull them out later. We do have quite a bit of work here tonight, so let's see where I get with this. There's a chance like it runs a little bit late. Maybe you have to go, or maybe I have to go, whatever. Then I could definitely pull it out like next time you're here, if it's not at the end of tonight's stream. I think it's time for a cleaning. Another time if needed, no rush. All right, yeah, cool. All right, a little cleaning time here. A little bit more to clean. Okie doke. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe something like Friday-ish might be one of those days where we do a little bit of recording work. I'm thinking is that, like, I think it would make sense if I ran some typing tests for stuff we've just recently done, but also stuff we haven't seen in a while. Maybe that would be like a good direction to go in. Then we'll kind of just meet in the middle. Because I think like I have a lot of builds, right? Like you guys have seen it. I think they could all easily just have corresponding YouTube video short type tests on YouTube. What's good, Doozy? Hey, Cal Madsen, welcome back and Happy New Year. Almost through desoldering this board. You too, thank you. I appreciate that. I still didn't pick one of those up. Which one, the sangeo60 or the gun? Or the something else? The gun, I see. Okay, I think we've covered all of it, but I'm gonna go pull these switches out and then see if there's any reflows we'll need to do. We should hopefully be good. I wonder if Cobalts will work on these plates, because I think that there's a chance that these plates might be a little too tight for Cobalts. We'll see though, right? I bought this off-brand one for $100 and it clogged up on me and I can't get it unclogged. Ah, there's no like tooling that'll help you do it. That's unfortunate. This is weird. I don't know if this space bar actually has a different spring in it. Let me go and find out. Came with a poker thingy, but the solder inside is rock hard. I see. I don't know what Chris has, but his looks extra. Yeah, it is really extra for sure. This is the FM204, which doesn't even include its own like nozzles. It includes the gun, but no actual nozzles. It looks like I never changed this. Oh, I didn't change it because this is 313. That makes sense. It didn't need a heavier spacebar because there's no heavier key for it. Okay, nifty. All right, so look at that. The half plate just lifts off, but then now there's like still this mid plate that we need to like remove switches from. So onwards and upwards, right? I'm just removing them in a really weird pattern right now. Oh wow, it's so tight. I'm actually now gonna become curious whether the Cobalts will really work. There's a chance that if they don't, we might need to pivot to another set of switches. In which case, if we do, then it's like, well, maybe we should find out if we really need to do the Cobalt stabilizers beforehand if we can't actually use them. So. Okay, so I've extracted this. There's like warping on some of these cutouts. I'll see that. It like warped a little bit just because I think these cutouts are so tight. Okay, I'm gonna go shift this or swap this PCB for one that has the connector this time. Guys, this right here, this is the SNOP60 with the JST connector, and we're gonna swap this out for the one with the connector. So be back in a second. All right, it would appear that this is what we want. Should be a 1.6 millimeter PCB. Yeah, looks like it. His is like 3 times more expensive. Yeah, it's silly. Let's make sure. First of all, let's make sure that this is 1.6 millimeters on this PCB. Then let's make sure that I have the Cobalt stabilizers in 1.6. And then let's make sure that the switches actually fit into the plate. There's a lot to this. There's levels, right? Yep. So these, I believe, are the Cobalt stabilizers. And it does say 1.6 flex. Oh, Zero, you have the link handy, huh? That holder alone looks worth it. It has a 3.5 millimeter jack that plugs into another slot in the station that allows you to put it into sleep mode. The idea is that like this silver base right here is actually like when you rest it down, it tilts downwards and presses on a switch that signals to the station that it should go to sleep. Your website's in my bookmarks. Oh, I appreciate that. The holder in my 301 came with is jank. Oh, is it the white one, or is it the little tiny? Is it the big white one, or is it the little tiny silver thing? The little metal one. I see. Yeah, I think I remember. Scuffed. Okay, so we do have a space bar thing here for it. It's like, I'm going to do this a little bit out of order. We just need to make sure that these actually punch in and that you can actuate them. So this build, I don't know why I didn't really account for the fact that this build might be way longer than normal. I probably should have. It's not bad, but you're basically laying it on its side on the table. Yeah. Which I'm not 100% sure is necessarily good for the iron. Like, it might be good enough, but I feel like I've once heard someone say like, oh yeah, it's actually not that good for an iron. You should get one of those. Like, they make these like vertical holders that have no, like, there's nothing in them. There's no electronics or no mechanisms in them. I forget what it was, like the model number was, but I used to have one when I had the FR300, the precursor to the 301. Okay, I'm gonna move this out of the way, and we're gonna just start punching in all, like, I have to do this. We have to punch in switches in every slot here, because one of the things I had noticed in the past was that some of these Pinocchio plates that I have cut are really, really tight, to the point where, for example, like linear switches punched into these. Oh yeah, they're just like kind of popping out right now. When they're punched into these, the tightness might make it squeeze like the edges of the switches so hard that a linear becomes kind of tactile and bindy. So I just need to make sure that that doesn't happen. So far, so good. What I also do remember is that I think Cobalts, I think the very first time I used these Cobalts was in a serious build, in a palm plate. And one other thing about them was they were binding in that whole setup, and it might have possibly been due to the extremely thin films that I used in these. They were really thin. I do remember that. They were really thin. They weren't deskies, I don't think. And they still were binding. And taking them out seemed to have helped. But there really was just kind of a lot going on. Like, I think they were binding even without putting them into a plate. And that's when you know that there's like, there are some films that really can cause issues with some switches. Oh, I just realized there's still a backing on this. Is there supposed to be? Hold on. Is that one of the issues? Pinoco Delrin White. Where's my mouse? I don't think that this backing needs to be here. I could probably pull this off. Maybe I should have done that before I punched all these switches in. I mean, if anything, it'll help, I believe, if I remove it. I'm not sure. Like, I'm thinking that there's like a paper backing on this, and I wonder, like, you know those plate gaskets I was using for Topre that were originally meant for MX? I wonder if like retaining this backing is essentially just like the idea of putting on plate gaskets. Okay. So all of these are punched into the mini alpha plate. I don't feel any binding. Everything otherwise seems fine. Since I have done that, oh god. These kind of like just, they pop out the top. That's the weird thing. Oh my god. You push one in and then another comes out. Jesus. All right. Man, I wonder if I need to pull the backing off. This is ridiculous. Okay, I'm just gonna punch all of these out. Whatever. Okay, let's see that these sit in the alu okay. Not gonna lie, this is a little bit weirder on the alu. It almost looks like it's not like wanting to clip in. And there isn't even a backing on this. These edges are not deburred. I'm not sure if that has any issues with that. It's a little funky, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not entirely sure if this is the move. This has me concerned. Do the cobalts need to go on something else? I mean, maybe I could use these cobalts. Like, I'm not... Let me grab the calipers. These cobalts are a little weird. Pinocchio plates, I think they only offer like their stock aluminum sheets around the range would be 1.6, and that's kind of what's showing up here on these calipers. It's about 1.59, and I wonder if that last 0.1, it might be too much for these Cobalt switches specifically, because there might be another set of switches that'll do well in this. Let me see if I could just pick something else out. I don't know. I'm not sure which of these would be the right choice. I'm not even sure what kind of throws a wrench in all my plans. This is stupid, not this one. Alright, I'm gonna grab a couple of random switches here. I got cherry blue switches. Let's see if these clip in okay. I think so. Yeah, that looks alright. Let's try Telio. Does Telio come out alright? And if so, what do I have Telio planned for? Palm, oh I see. pH 60. I think this is another one of the weird ones. It doesn't bind, so part of me like wonders if it's just okay. And I'll try one more of these KTT strawberry switches. I actually think these KTT strawberry switches are probably a good move. What did I have this planned for? Falcon. Part of me wants to just continue. I don't think it'll be a horrible idea too. Let's pop these out. That said, I'm still gonna do this whole thing, and we're gonna need to like basically repeat this exercise once everything is done on the stabilizers. We'll see how easy it is to just kind of press the PCB over, but my guess is I might have to redo this. All right, there's a couple extra cutouts, but we're not going to use those because those are the 313s that we're just opting to not use tonight. Okay, I don't see any binding here, so I think we're good. This is a this one right here is a spacebar key or a spacebar switch. So, okay. Wait, is there enough? Oh, I think so. Okay. Bruh. Kidding me with this shit? Impossible. All right, I'm not gonna deal with that. Okay. I think that's otherwise good. So I think I just want to start on these stabilizers now. I need to, I never cleaned this, I don't think, so we're gonna get that opened up once that's heated back up. This is interesting. They usually have these in a foam, and then this time around it's in a plastic. And I think they're usually assembled too, now that I realize it. Make sure you're using the right PCB. Yeah, this one has a connector. For sure. Maybe I should test it. I want to test it. I'm realizing I don't think I've tested this one yet. That would probably solve a lot of headaches down the line too. Oh, I forgot to do the drill. Okie doke. That's all cleaned up. Yeah, maybe there's a few more steps here. I want to test this PCB, just make sure it's working. Okie doke. Here we go. Dude, I hear that car outside and it just sounds terrible. I don't know if I heard it or if I was just not paying attention. It's gone now. I'm sorry. Yeah, no worries. No, I apologize. I think I was just so in the zone it just didn't register. I do this frequently. You listen to everyone's streams. Listen for cars. Okay, we don't have to test those other keys. They're irrelevant. All right. Okie doke. Let's carry on. Oh. Is this Rev 3? I wonder if I need to swap the wire anyways. I have a big batch of 6U or 7U wires coming in soon. So that should hopefully be... I might actually be coming in just a few days. Oh, I guess this goes on top. Probably outside and accidentally... I have accidentally trained my child to listen to the cars going by freeways adjacent to my neighborhood. You hear that car? That car is bad. All right. Weird habit. Not even Kevin. All right. I'm gonna move this gun out of the way. It's kind of unnecessary at the moment. I'll also do some brief tidying. I don't need this JST anymore, at least not today. What else? I need some brushes for this lube. I also need some 205. There we go. Just real quick passes here. Just lube inside the housings. Lube on the inserts. Quick passes. Yo, R&D KBD? Well, oh my goodness. What's going on? Jordan with the big old raid. Oh my goodness. Welcome everybody. Oh, gotta catch up here. Maxwell, thanks for the follow. R&D KBD, welcome. Nox Umbra, welcome back. Toasty. Jordan, what was going on? How's everything? Hope everything was going well. How's your stream? Scuffed Boards, welcome. Nine Go, welcome back. B-Boy Zen, Scuffboard, thanks for the follows. Good morning. We good? We good? Nice. The Andy from R&D KBD. The Andy. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Eve Astrology, welcome. Hello, I love this desk mat. Oh, thank you. This is from Bolsa. Halcyon Zeph, I hope I said that right. Welcome. Hey, yeah, shouts out to everybody. Yeah, desk mat's sick. Yeah. This has been a funny stream here, guys. We're working on sangeo60. Jordan, what were you working on? I was trying to catch a little of your stream earlier, but then, I started. Oh, Opus 1? Nice. Okay. How was that? What layout is that? Insty working fast. You got the fingies. Insty, welcome back. Guys, everyone in chat, Happy New Year. Hope everyone's doing good. All right. We are working on sangeo60 today. 65%. Okay. 5% bigger than optimal. Yeah. Yeah. A little bigger than optimal. Guys, I'm Chris, for anyone just tuning in for the first time. I do a lot of HHKB builds. My collection is almost entirely HHKB keyboards. And this is just one of them. We're doing this rebuild because the previous build was a lot scuffed. Not just a little, but a lot scuffed. And we're trying to atone for it, I think. We last built this, I think, in the summer, and then I just haven't touched it since. So we're working through it. It's hammer time. That board's nuts. Also, for those of you guys who went to Arizona, hope it was fun. It looked really great. Meetups are always fun. When's the next Bay Area meetup? You got to get that going. Taylor ES3, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Arigato Roboto, welcome back. Happy New Year. So just a heads up about this build. We have options for a 313 spacebar, but as we learned from this build in the summer, which is what it had, I hate it. I loved the idea of it, and then when I tried it, I hated it. So we're gonna put it back to 7U. But another funky thing about this is there's two plates. So we have an aluminum half plate, and then we have an inverse palm plate, like an inverse plate made for just the alpha section. So we're rocking this like dual plate setup right now. This is an idea that I had stolen from listening in on an Alex Otto stream. So yeah, pretty nifty, and we're just gonna try to get this through. We'd already built with this like plate before, but there was just so many other crazy things with that build that like I didn't even think about how it really felt and sounded just because I was mainly focused on all the scuffs. Yeah, this was at one stage a very, very cursed build. And again, we're trying to fix the issues. Couple of heads up about some other interesting things. So yesterday's stream, we built this sangeo60. This is Desky's take on Topre, but they're, I think at this stage, just calling it electrocapacitive. All the parts, just like it's a custom kit, doesn't need any Topre harvesting or anything. And it's a pretty nice board. I think that a couple of these Desky's assemblies so far, I think they just have a slight weakness in spacebar returning, just in terms of how the construction is set up there. But other than that, it's a pretty nice board. Meanwhile, also, we unboxed earlier in this stream a couple sets of IROX switches. I don't know if anyone's familiar with IROX, but you know, they are recognized by the AIO3 plate generator. Anyways, I opened these IROX switches up. They're essentially a hybrid between MX and Alps. Like, they require like the center plastic pinout from MX, as well as you know, the MX cross stem for keycap compatibility, but they have the pinout of Alps, and the general like internal construction of those switches are Alps basically. So that's really interesting. And the thing is also, they're not 100% perfectly shaped to Alps. They are a little bit bigger. So we were just playing around with what's available today for them. Oh my god, I can't get this in. Oh my goodness, that's tight. And oh shit, I just got a bunch of BDZ everywhere. All right, I gotta grab a little cloth. Keep myself clean here. So yeah, it's really cool. What they have provided so far for IROX is one linear switch, one tactile switch. Both of those are silenced. And then there's a clicky switch that's like unsilenced. But we grabbed the linear and the tactile today, and we unboxed them, and then we took out the silencing rings on them just to like test them out, and then they do sound pretty different. So I'm curious to see what they're like in actual builds. We'll just have to see. Oh yeah, wow. I don't think anyone's used the camera command in like a really long time, but yeah, I have a whole gear list, and I'm not 100% sure. It might be a little outdated. There might be some stuff in there that's missing, but it should be kind of most of the things I use. I really dig your desk cam. Yeah, so just real quick, I use these arms. They're not super easy to find, these specific arms anymore. I think like the company like disbanded, but there's like setups for like converting monitor arms into camera arms. But I have one that's being used for this overhead, which we're just doing like macro stuff on. And then we have this guy right here. You could see it in the back there, and it's what's holding up the camera, but this face cam doesn't really show it super well. But it's that silver bar right here. Carrie, welcome back. Thanks for the contribution, guys. For anyone who hasn't been here for a while, anyone's just new tuning in, we have a community challenge for unsealing this sealed set of Perestroika. So if you tune in, gather some channel points, you could help us get to 1 million points, and we can unseal it here on stream. Klosty, welcome back. Happy New Year. Don't tempt me with your charm, jizz dude. All right, just a couple more. One more wire, both sides. Lurk, all right. Enjoy Rocket League. Thanks for dropping by. Still a Wedo, thanks for the contribution. Whew. Welcome. I don't know what to do with these points anyways. Yeah, you spend it on the challenge. Oh, All right, we gotta find a random vinyl. We'll do that. We'll take care of that after I finish these stabilizers here, just because, you know, it's a little bit of a mess, you know. Oh, also, Joran, if you're still out there, I always forget this. Anyone who raids can also choose a vinyl too, if Joran, you're still out there. Okie doke. Spend it to let Chris flex more. All right, let me open up Discogs. We'll get the random button going. Oh. What's going on? Have I lost connection? Am I still here? Am I still here? I lost connection earlier today for like 30 minutes. And the weather wasn't actually bad today. So I think it's just the internet. Maybe it has nothing to do with the weather. But I hope I'm still here. I can't seem to connect to Discogs. Is Discogs broken? Can anyone connect to Discogs? Let me know. Okay, let's get these put into the PCB here. It's up. What the? Am I blocked from Discogs or something? Because I still seem to be live here on stream. I still seem to be able to use Google, but I can't actually get to Discogs. I mean, I can just choose one at kind of random by just aiming. Oh, shit. Okay, my tea is all right. Got a little BDZ on my pants. Shadow IP ban on Discogs? Yeah, man, what's going on? Oh, Discogs slowly coming in. Okay. My collection random item. I don't know if we listened to this recently. I kind of feel like we did kind of recently, but maybe not super recently. We got Magdalene by FK Twigs. All right. Easy find right here. Oh, I forgot. I had it signed. She signed it. I bought this at the merch table, then I waited in line. This was pre-pandemic. Is it only one disc? It's like a question that I probably constantly ask. I think it's only one disc. Yeah, that's dope. Yeah. Okie doke, let's get the stream music down. All right. FK Twigs, everybody. Oh. So I realized I have to keep my my vinyl source powered off, or not need to, but I kind of want to keep my vinyl source powered off if I'm not using it, just because I feel as though there's a little bit of an extra buzz or a hum while the source is just on, even when it's like not playing anything. Okay. All right, looks good. Okay, and then we just got the shims. Bitter Seeds, welcome back. Thanks for the contribution. Gonna shim this up. I could only attribute a max of 2,000 points to stream this time. Yeah. Yeah, there's like, whenever it shows the total, it's just like over the whole period. But yeah, it's 2,000 per user per stream. So just as a quick heads up, what's today? Tuesday? I'm going to be streaming through Friday. Saturday, I might be able to in the daytime. But whether or not I do, I'm going to be taking probably Sunday and Monday off. I think. We'll have to see. Gotcha, thank you both. I have 40k points more, 40k more points with that 2k limit. Yeah, I feel like there are a lot of people who would blow it off if there was no limit. Gotta need a monotone GMK set so bad, one that isn't black on white or white on black or beige. Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone should have more monotone sets. Monotone sets are great. Okay, I think we're good there. I wonder how well this will work. Just trying to set this in. My guess is not very. Also, this is weird. I kind of feel like the inverse plate should go in first, and I think we need to pop all these out. And I think, honestly, I'm probably going to remove that backing. I think that backing is not... It's actually doing more harm than anything. I've used 1 point in low streams for the last 18 months, hovering around 350k. Oh my god. A lot of your builds have let the simplicity really hit home for me. Yeah, I try not to go so crazy when it comes to keycap sets. We talked about this, right? I know some people are really into just like, you know, what they're into. But for me, I think it's that there's, you know, there's alpha colors and then there's mod colors, like the actual color of the cap and then the colors of the legends. I think maybe one of the simpler ways for me to describe what I don't like is that between those four colors, they shouldn't all be different. That said, even if there's three or less, three or fewer, it's a toss-up as to whether or not I'll actually like it. Chris, I know how many bins you have. That's a lie. Wait, what's a lie? That I think I know what I like? All right, so we're doing this peel here. Monotone on silver? Yeah. You know, I was thinking to... So, real quick, I just wanted to mention, I bought the ARC 60. There aren't many... Like, a lot of the really, really popular colorways... Oh, not you going crazy with the keycaps. No, I mean crazy with the keycap colors. That's what I meant. Crazy with the keycap colors. I said something different from what I meant. My apologies. That was my fault. Okay, so I got it on the ARC60. The drop was on Saturday. It was either Saturday or Sunday, and I just missed it. It was the second drop that I missed. So all of the really, really popular colors are gone, but they still had one that I thought would be more popular, which was the dark gold. I legitimately thought that would be like more popular because there aren't really a whole lot of gold boards, I don't think. But then I came to realize it is kind of a little bit challenging to put together like a really aesthetic build with gold. I saw Clackbait did an ARC60, a WinKey ARC60 in gold. And then I think he put Civilizations on it. But like I'm already using Civilizations on the skeleton. Dark gold with Rudy would be good, huh? Yeah, Rudy would be good, or even Deep Navy. But I'm using the Deep Navy on the Xara that I just put away. GMK Civ looks amazing. Yeah, you need more 2 and 3 tone sets. Again, 4 colors too much. Like just between mod color, alpha color, mod legend, alpha legend. I've seen GMK Maestro as black and cream with gold accents. Novelty is a gold board with Smash with that set on it. I don't know that I was a big fan of Maestro. I don't know. I remember the first time I saw it, I wasn't 100% sure on it, but I think maybe that could work. What I think I was going for in my brain was as hard of a color match as it is, you know, you can't really go wrong with white on black. So, you know, I might do that. But I also do have the Geek PPS Brown. That's something I do have. Shoot, this got really weird on this edge. What the... The other one I was thinking of was just like, I have like Umka. I could maybe make a carbon out of Umka and Boneyard. So I think that's an option. I have 6s. Or Rudy R2 Dark Horse. Yeah. I have. I'm waiting for that to come in. That one I'm really excited about. That one I always thought looked really nice. So that'll be like, what, a little bit brighter than. Bro, what is going on? I think you actually legit need 2 plate forks in order for this to like work right. This is really weird. I think this is a testament to how tight the switches are in this plate. Really bizarre. Oh my god. This is so crazy. Where'd you get these plate files? The sangeo60, I think it's on the Monster Gear website. You got an extra unit for me, right? Just made a sheet with all the artisans in my collection so far, just a bit over 1K. Oh, danger. Danger. I don't think this is really gonna work. This is like just so weird. Sorry, I gotta figure this out. I feel like as soon as I'll let go of these and the play fork go to the next row, it might start collapsing on itself. Let's just try really hard, I guess. Someone will no doubt sell me a set when it's fulfilled because it's too boring. Maybe, yeah. Okay, let me scroll up. I think I missed some messages here. Also checking my head was at me for spending all that cash, not your opinion of Maestro. I see. All right, only sense I'm waiting now is Taiga November Fog. I see. Usually Canon Keys carries extra as well for the base kit. Probably can pre-order it. That's true. That might still be up. Oh shit, it's this song. This song is sick. Future and Twigs. Alright, I think I'm gonna grab that third plate fork here. Just put the 1 unit side in there. Make sure everything tries to attempt to hold up. Yeah, this palm is like kind of really wavy and these switches are really tight. So it just kind of has me a little spooked. Gonna call a bit earlier tonight. Have a great rest of the stream. Punk Shoot, thanks so much for being here. And Happy New Year, by the way. Hope you have a good night. What time is it? Damn, it's already 11. We are like not very, very far. 2.5 hours in. Luckily, you know, I think I'm faster at doing TX stabilizers now, more so than I ever was when I was doing like Duroc. Local has it, but 175. I mean, you got to get it now before it goes even higher. Okay. Hopefully this is good. It's very, very tight. But I hope everything is gonna hold up well. I have a feeling this is gonna get fucked up at some point. I just get the feeling that this is all going to be super horrible in some capacity, and then we're going to need to do a fourth sangeo60 build. Like the Cobalts were the wrong move. I can picture it now. But I'm like, ah, fuck, and then now we need to do new stabilizers. More content. Only 40 above MSRP. Usually Canon Keys marks it up too. I'd cop if I had the money. it was, you know, I feel like it was really, it wasn't hyped when it was in group buy, but the round one was like really, really hyped when, you know, it started delivering. All right, gotta turn this disc over. What a great song. Okay, I think it would be worthwhile to put plate forks down from here. But also down here. Hey Chris, I have a question. Is TX66C any good? Is that a like a 65 board from TX? I have the TX60 PC, which shares a lot of those same letters. Topre? Oh, I know of the FC660C. That's like the Leopold metal body. Oh, okay. So I've tried an F660C before. My buddy had it, Glennon. He's come on here on stream sometimes, but he was really, really, really into his FC660C. I think he also really wanted at some point many years ago, because you know it's a little bit of an older board. He wanted to get a metal case for it, but I think he gave up looking for it before anyone produced one. I got to imagine it's good, but it's got to be the I don't know, like the that sort of metal, like that metal feeling version of Topre that's kind of shows up for the Real Force. And I remember thinking it was kind of nice, but not really for me. S2 Keeps, welcome. Tobra. Bruh. I see. Yeah, because I think there's some people who really like the plasticky feeling of Topre, which shows up a lot, you know, with the HHKB, and then also with the Heavy Grail, because that was like part of the design decision to do that for HHKB. So it just depends on if you like that. I'm not super familiar specifically with the TX66C specifically. But I don't know what to say. It's probably good. But S2 Keeps, welcome to the stream. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Frank, Happy New Year. I see one for sale built for like $400. Doesn't sound bad. I'm not super familiar with it, but I wouldn't discourage you. Yeah, I got a feeling Cobalts were the wrong switch for this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think these are gonna... I don't think these are the right plates. That's the thing. I get this feeling that the plates are gonna slip off of the parts that hold switches together. And then you'll have kind of like that sagging situation, and it might potentially even happen on the alu part of this plate. So for anyone just tuning in, this is a 2-plate construction. It's an an aluminum half plate for, you know, that outer rim, but then the alpha area is a palm plate. And this is an idea I took from a discussion that Alex Soto's had like a long time ago about potentially doing something like this. So I was able to kind of construct this via the plate files provided by Monster Gear. But it's not that I think that's a bad idea. I think the bad idea was specifically these Cobalt switches and how the switches are designed. I'm not 100% certain they're going to play well with this, but we'll find out. How long did it take you to get used to the HHKB layout? I can't seem to wrap my smooth brain around the backspace. There was a point like in 2015 basically where it's just I just started using the HHKB exclusively, and I don't know, I just got used to it. I like the idea of it being so small, so all my muscle memory just worked. It worked to internalize everything else. Okay, so here's a thing that I might like to mention to you guys. If you ever produce an HHKB plate and, you know, the plate gets like sort of blocked by the top case, I don't know that this thing is the best idea where you just don't put a cutout there if you have a case that covers it anyways. It's necessary if you don't have a case that covers it, like if you're just trying to make an HHKB out of a 60. But I'm looking at this and I'm realizing I'm not sure if I like this where a case covers it, because you'll get possible like alignment issues like here. Let's see if this shows up. Come on. So right here, like this could bend downward a little bit or just like kind of push downwards. It's just a weird thing. When you have a cutout there, even if you're going with a covered HHKB, you could put like dummy switches in there where it's just the bottoms like shaved off. Then that would kind of like help with keeping that piece lifted up. So, okay, moving back. Let me go back to this discussion. Doubt the Dark Horse base won't move fast. That's true. Ignore scuffs. Full set of the Cobalts. It's a sleeper set. Yeah. Okay, dude, I tried backspace and it took a sec to get used to, but after using my 40s at home and using split backspace for a month at work, straight at work, I now feel totally uncomfy using full backspace. Breaks my brain to use regular backspace. That's the thing. For anyone who hasn't been here before, one of the things that I kind of like always mention is that like I'm a one layout guy, and I think one of the hardest things is switching between different layouts. Really, really incredibly challenging. So like for me, that's kind of one of the reasons why I kind of exclusively do HHKB, is just because it's the one I got used to. And if you put yourself through it, you'll get used to it. And that's just the truth of it. HHKB gang, hey, let's go. Scuffed boards. That's a great name. Sleeper set. I love this hobby. All right, so I'm just trying to get like the alignment set before we even like begin to think about soldering, just because again, I think this situation is just so precarious with these switches. Like I can hear a snap when you kind of click it in as hard as you can, and I'm worried that it's popping out. Very precarious. Okay, so we're in a situation where hopefully it is good, but I think we're definitely going to want to do the alignment pushes, but we're also just gonna want to like there's nothing really you can do. Was just watch out to make sure that the plate doesn't slip below the switch clips on the north and south sides of these switches. That's really all we can do, is just hope, because I'm not sure that there's any other way to resolve it due to just the Cobalt design and how they play with these plates. I feel the same, but about full size. I see. I have NovelKeys 60%, but just because they don't have HHKB. Ah, I see. Yeah, split backspace is the GOAT, man. I'll take the chaos of going back and forth with different layouts. It should be fun when I start spamming the pipe. So that's fun to you, huh? That's the definition of fun. Okay. One last thing. We have the spacebar switch. I want to check what spring I put in it, because I just, quite frankly, just don't remember. I did alignment pushes the other day when building my iron and only got one good pop. Was happy everything was fairly aligned already, but sad not to get that. Well, hey, just one should give you that satisfaction. Like, kind of like, hey, like at least you didn't get 0 and at least this was worth it. Okay, so I think this is a slow 2 78 gram. Now the part that weirds me out a little bit is this is a 63, I think this is 63 or 63.5 gram spring. I want to see how long it is, because this one's really long. So this is an exceptionally long spring, but I think this will still suffice, because I think the stock springs in these guys are way longer than the slow 2 that I put in. Maybe one way we could alleviate this is if we pivot to the 2-stage 75 that we just bought. But we've already done this, and I feel kind of like it was already tried and true, so I kind of just want to stick with it so I don't have to do more work. So maybe we'll just stick with it. Definitely gonna need a plate for it, because there's a flex cut in this PCB that's kind of shifting things funny. Okay. So I think that should be good. It's confusing and strange. I'll find out if it's fun quick though. Okay, I think we're good here. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna tidy up a little bit, and then we're gonna go grab the iron as well. So give me 1 second. It's fuming time. It really is. Alrighty. So I've had this this desolder gun out this whole time, just in case. You know, it's already out, so we'll see. Make sure we don't mess up on this situation. If we do, then it's out here. So. I feel comfortable now because I have a new spool of solder back up in case this one finishes unexpectedly. Just came in today, along with some what is that? What is it called again? That like mass gainer. I accidentally bought mass gainer protein. I thought it was just like regular whey protein that's not for gaining mass. Oops. I already have mass. I don't need more. Okay. Oh, I gotta plug this in. So get that heated up. This is a little funny looking right off the bat, because the way that this is set up, there's these two massive flex cuts, and then just by virtue of these plates being separated, this actually gets shifted upwards. These alpha keys, and I'm not 100% sure why that is, but it's kind of interesting. Let me just I think I can do some alignment pushes right away here. I can just kind of hear them. Couple of spots. Want to get them fully like flush with the PCB, and we're gonna do this again anyways, but might as well just try to do what we can now too. Okay. All right. We should be good there. All right, let's begin some soldering. 2-1, thanks for the contribution. $180. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. We forgot to use our eagle eyes. I already see a bent pin. Oh, I hope there's not more. Okay, I see one bent pin. It's the escape key. No, the 1 key. So I'm going to fix that, but I'm just going to make sure that we didn't completely mess everything up and use our eagle eyes. Got to use our eagle eyes here. If you're subbed, you get access to that eagle eyes emote. Okay, I think it's just the one. Just the one. I hate bent pins. We all need some eagle eyes. Chris, sound like a professor straining a word or a phrase that'll be on the test. Okay. All right, should be good now. Okay. Now let's get to it. I'm gonna do some corners. Just because I'll feel the safest doing this. Just got a couple of these corner guys in. Okie doke. There we go. And I'm gonna, right off the bat, make sure we do these alignment pushes first. The side of this disc seems a lot longer than the first one. I don't know if you guys agree. Okie doke. Alright, as for the rest of it, we're going to do one leg for every switch for the whole board. Then we're going to come back and do the alignments. Playlist. This is FKA Twigs Magdalene on vinyl right now. You guys are able to hear it okay, right? I'm hoping you guys are able to hear it. I think this might be closer to the end of the vinyl, so, or the whole album, so we're gonna switch back to the typical smooth sounds, trap lo-fi playlists that we usually run. Trap, funk. Let me know, TikTok has ruined everything. What did TikTok ruin? What this time? What didn't it ruin? Is this in response to anything I said, or was this just a just an off-the-cuff thought? Alright, I think that's it. Oh, I see another bent pin. Ah, shit. It's in the palm area. Ah, fuck. Oh, that was sharp. Jesus, that went through this glove. Okay. Might need to take these off just so I could... Oh, shit. Oh, this is so fucked. Miss Piggy singing that track just played, Didn't I Do It For You, Kermit? Brainworm? What? Within the FKA Twigs album we just played? Oh man, what has happened here? Who is that? Miguel FL7. Thanks for the follow. Oh, bruh. He's fucking bent pin. Oh, this is so messed up. What's the solution here? Cellophane? I guess I'm not on TikTok enough to know. And by enough, I mean I don't have TikTok downloaded, so... Oh, shit. Oh, this is so messed up, dude. This is kind of crazy. Oh, what has happened? Drop the switch. Okay, I think I have that properly aligned there now with no bent pin on that Palm Alpha. So I think we're good. So now I just need to punch these switches back in. Man, this is... Oh, man. Kind of crazy. I don't think this was the right build for these switches. Alright, here's my thought. If I can slip in this plate fork right here and right now, it's like I kind of want to solder with the plate fork in. But it's like I'm having trouble even being able to do that. I could get it in on a single switch basis. Good, but you know what? TikTok content bleeds into every single social platform regardless. Of course. I mean, it bleeds into, like, the world. Alright, I wonder if this is the way. I'm just gonna leave this plate fork in. You know what I wonder? Oh man, I don't know if this is like... That's not that good an idea. But... instead of just pushing in all the switches at once, what if you push the switches and then like individual switches one at a time and then solder them in one at a time? For the purpose being, you want these like plate forked perfectly at the time. I don't think that's that good an idea, the more I think about it. It's kind of silly. There's a part of me scared of doing alignment pushes just by virtue of, I don't know if the way I do it will affect how the plates are clipped, or how the switches are clipped into the plate. That actually kind of scares me. I did touch it up a little bit right before we started any soldering, so I hopefully not. But man, gotta tell you guys, seems dangerous. Okay, we're on this last row of the first legs. Terrifying. Alright, I think that's it. Alright, here goes. Alignment push time. We hope it causes no problems. What I should do is do every other switch. Maybe I'll do it on the second row, see how I like it. Oh, bro. Dude. This is no good. It's not gonna clip. I mean, I'm gonna continue with this build, but this looks like a situation where, like, if it ends up feeling shitty, I'm gonna know why. Because the plate is like gonna slide off of the switch clips, which is really especially apparent on the edges and the corners. Like, it's already happening, and we already have like one of the legs soldered into everything. So sounds like a point earning stream. Yeah, it might be. So we're gonna continue with this, and the way I just look at it is, if it's bad, we're gonna do a rebuild of this in the future, which is not the first time, is it? Yeah. What's probably gonna happen is we're gonna do the desolder. Again, I'm looking far ahead, just depending on how this will turn. It'll depend on how this turns out at the end of the stream, but looking far ahead, if we do have to do a rebuild on this, one stream will be dedicated to taking all the switches and stabilizers out of this assembly and then putting it into a different build, and then starting from scratch with this, the double plate and also this PCB on a subsequent stream, just with all of it emptied out. And that's just because I want to keep the switches with the stabilizers. 2-stream content? Not tonight, because this is already running a little long. But in the future, there'll be more days of work, more days of content. I did a build yesterday, and for some reason I couldn't for the love of me get the stabilizers to be nice. Somehow lost all my stabilizers moving around, so that was Sonas, dude. That's a bummer. Hold up. I need something. Is it in here? I don't know if I have something for this. Here's a spudger. Here's a really thin, that's not that thin. I thought that was really thin flathead, but it was actually really thick. Man. Oh yeah, I see that palm plate dipping in a couple of the top right switches. Oh, what a disaster. What a disaster. Masonis, welcome. Good morning and Happy New Year. Yeah, we should have probably gone with the KTT strawberries or some. That probably would have been the best move. The KTT strawberries seem to have clipped perfectly. And this actually would have been a pretty good build for it, to be perfectly honest, just because we have like perfectly all of the like all of the switches here set up for it. Oof. How's Yaru? Like, did better before. Yeah, this one's... Yeah, this is a little bit of a disaster of a build. It's in the switches. Okay, well, let's carry on. Like, we're halfway through this and we already know it's bad, but I guess let's just carry on. Need to figure out where the F my stabilizers went, or if in fact I somehow used them all, which I'm pretty sure I didn't do. It's just come to dislike Dice Sub MT3 a little bit, and just not as nice as it used to. I see. I still haven't tried MT3 to this day. It was really sad to know that there was I remember there was once an GMK Retro that was supposed to run through drop, and then I guess it didn't meet the interest, so they canceled it. And then I think like any notion of retro just moved entirely to MT3 at this point, and that's just like kind of sad. SA retro being just get GMK. No, retro is like it's like white on brown. Ciao for now, Bitter Seeds. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a good night's rest and a happy new year. Probably done buying MT3. Got the Noctua set, which is cool. But it's also it for me. I think got like 3 sets. I see. I think I don't know. I wonder if the Noctua has any similarities to whatever MT3 Retro ended up being. That would have been cool though. Just some kind of white on brown monotone set GMK. Luckily I have the Geek PPS brown, so I don't really like anything other than DCS and cherry profiles though. They're nice. I don't know if I like DCS as much. Bruh. Disastrous results, man. Like, I'm trying to think of how you would otherwise fix this. And it's like, I think you need a thinner plate. I don't know if these switches are just meant for thinner plates or something. Like, I don't know what these would clip onto. DCS spacebars are so bad. They're really, really sharp. DCS is the only key set where it's just like, oh, I will flip the spacebar this time. Like, I never flip my spacebars, but for DCS, it's almost like, for me, a necessity. Because those spacebars are just too damn sharp, man. They also come warped to shit. Oh, rough. Man, this is like, I just feel disappointed in these Cobalts. I think maybe, you know what it would work on is a plateless. The ARC-60. The ARC-60 comes with 2 PCBs, 1 hot swap, 1 solder. And the ARC-60 is outfitted for gasket mounted, and then also gasket mounted for plateless. So maybe this is where I would that would be where I would rehome these Cobalts, but that'll be much later. That'll be like at the end of February probably, because it seems like Lunar New Year is gonna kind of take a lot of time here for that second drop of the ARC-60s. Buying 2 identical sets so I could pick the better spacebar than man. I ended up returning DCS deadbeats because every key over 1U was banana. I didn't think it was possible, but none of them were flat. I was truly baffled. Isn't it PBT? Like, that's probably where it's going to be worse, like on top of that too. I just want DCS Red Alert, man. Is GMK Red Alert still GMK Red Alert still in pre-order? Is it still available pre-order? I don't know, like I think it's kind of funny, kind of weird. Like, I personally would generally not choose DCS over GMK or any kind of cherry profile. So it's like, it's interesting to me when people like love DCS. It's like different. I feel like when I was first in the hobby, it was kind of deemed like DCS was kind of all you got from a custom standpoint, but was just never going to beat anything that was like sort of put into that cherry profile. The thickness isn't as nice, but when it comes to like thickness, like, well, does that really matter? It's just, I don't know, for me, the shape, I've never thought like, oh, this is like my favorite, but I think there's a classicness to it, and I think that's what's cool. Like, I did get in on the DCS SoWare revival that Ankit's running, and I think that's incredibly cool. Like, because DCS SoWare, not an easy thing to find. Not that like I even necessarily thought it was like the best thing ever, because the whole history about SoWare is that it was a mistake. But it got kind of like rare to sort of just find, and then now it's like the idea that it's coming back like a reproduction of something rare, but then like outfitted to something modern. That seems really cool, and I respect that. So I did buy into a set. I'm not sure how close it is to MOQ though, because I'm not sure how much interest people have in it. The people who would be interested in it are people who are like probably a little bit older, I think. But let me. There's a lot of messages going on here that I might have missed. Let me try to catch them. Apologies for the sirens. I got it on DCS Reaper. We'll see how that goes. Love the colorway. I got it on two Alps Reapers, because like that's kind of where all you could do for Alps, and that's kind of just why like I've also come to respect it in that respect too. So RS60 stonks are down. So many people on the local Discord trying to offload them. Really? Did RS60 just deliver? Because I remember feeling like people were like going nuts over the RS60. So it's kind of crazy that maybe on delivery it's not as hyped if it just came out. DCS Red Alert would be nuts. Not missing another Red Alert set or nor Classic Red. Deadbeats has like 8 enter keys in the set, and all of them were curved, so it's obviously the molds. I see. Reaper's so cool, yeah. Imagine DCS Perestroika. I'd do it, because I think the Perestroika color is really nice. Might get another DCS Reaper because of my main interest in the Wombat. Oh. Good old San Francisco. Yeah, recently. I see. Okay, that explains it. Where am I? Okay, I've done a couple here, but we still got to get through some in the what appears to be one last row. A little bit lost a little track. Didn't read my wee woo. I did. It's just we all heard it. Wee woo, wee woo. What time is it? Damn, it's already midnight. That's crazy. When did I start? 3 hours ago? Just before 9? Damn, it's like I already knew like 20 minutes ago that this build is not going to be perfect. So it's just like I'm like a little bit checked out of this build. I'm not going to lie. Just knowing full well that like the switch clips and the general alignment have kind of messed up here. It's like it's already a foregone conclusion we're going to rebuild, so we'll see how like we'll be able to better see when we get the board or this assembly inside the board, but we won't be able to fix it just while it's still in the board by doing this whole pressing thing I'm doing right now. I'm trying to think of what else I could use, because I kind of get this vague feeling here that there's this key right here has kind of already had its like plate area dipped in a little. Like you know what would have been more reasonable is if I just didn't do this. Like no. I was gonna say if we didn't do the double plates, maybe this would have been a little bit better, but still no, because you're still gonna have issues on the alu half plate for the mods. So no, I wouldn't have been happier. It would have been better, but I wouldn't have been happier. This kind of sucks. All right. Anyways, let's put this back together. Just got finished making 6 grilled cheese sandwiches and a ton of tomato bisque. make me spit it out because I'm laughing so hard, I'll hunt you down. Oh, okay. Let's run a test. Make sure I soldered everything in. What a ridiculous build, man. Next time, I'm pretty sure we're doing the KTT strawberries, or just something that's akin to it. Maybe I'll grab some new KTTs. I recently saw that there is a vendor. I think it might be NovelKeys that does 5-pin KTT. Why isn't this showing up? Oh shit. Did I fuck something up? Okay, something... Did I miss a whole partial row? Is that what happened? Or is it just slow to respond? One way to find out. How much did I miss? Okay, so everything from F to enter, Shift, Z, X, and then left or right Alt. I did that yesterday, missed an entire row. Wow, I just missed a whole lot. The hell? I did that yesterday, missed an entire... Let's see. Perineum Falcon, welcome. Turns iron back on. I did. I don't know if you guys caught that. I did turn it back on. It's like it was already in the process of cooling down. Dude, I missed a lot of stuff here. What the heck happened? Totally checked out. Oh man, yeah, this is a lot. It's kind of funny. Like, what the heck? It was across multiple rows. Excited much? Is excited the right word? Perineum Falcon, thanks for the follow. Also, I don't know if I caught this early, but Spawny95, might have missed that. Maybe there was a siren or something. Spawny95, 30 minutes to go. Thanks for the follow as well. Streaming most of the year so far is catching up with you. Yeah, no, it's I'm just building boards, you know. Building boards. Okay. I did not use my eagle eyes at all. Okay, I think we're good now, but I'm gonna keep this iron on. It's ridiculous. There we go. Okay, we're good. All right. I guess while this is still out, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wake this up from sleep and then get it turned off so we can melt some solder on this gun tip and then stow it away. We've already done our cleaning phase for it, so. Left your eagle eyes at home. I left my eagle eyes when I found out this whole plate thing was gonna be like super messed up. They were already gone by that point. I mean, who knows? Maybe like it doesn't matter, but I'm pretty sure it does. One thing I could do is possibly like, I don't know, find something to like hold the plate or plates in place. It's not even that good of an idea. This is kind of overall ridiculous. Okay. Like I'd have to like, I don't know, stick some toothpicks in here or something just to like kind of keep it up. Like that's like one of the better ideas I have, and it's terrible. Like okie doke. I'll clean up a little and then I'm gonna go wash my hands. Oh shit, I dropped something. Is the sangeo forever scuffed? I think this build is. But, you know, again, there's solutions here. At some point, you're probably going to yeet the inner plate out for sure, just replace with a whole plate. Maybe. Honestly, like, it's a clear possibility. Okay. Let's move this out of the way a little bit. Another scuff build. What else is new? Yeah. Yep. You know, we got some builds that are good though. The live oak was good. The BMAC was good. S60 was good. We got some good builds here and there. We do have a lot of. We got a lot of stuff. Yeah, at least no lifted pads. Yeah. Really, that's all you could ask for, right? There's a lot of weird shit inside this. The inner weight? Oh, the inner weight is like kind of dirty and scratched up. Oh, is this maybe from... I wonder if it might have been from... I don't know, it could be any number of things. What is going on? Whatever, I don't care. I'm done. I'm done. Watch me have like extreme difficulty reopening this in the future because of the gasket suction. Where are those screws? Here we are. And then... Remember that wooden plate without the split backspace option? Do you think that was scuffed? I think that was perfect. There was nothing scuffed about that stream. That was a perfect build. If you think that was scuffed, we have a different definition of scuffed from each other. Y'all remember when I cracked up that that acrylic case intentionally because there's no split? You would have noticed sooner if I didn't tell. Oh yeah. Okay, there was that part of it, which was that you revealed that to me. Yeah. I was like, wait a second. Okay, you know, I recently learned this. Someone mentioned it in chat like a few streams ago. I gotta find it. Hold on. Oh shit, I don't have a board plugged in. I gotta find this. Because it's very relevant to this sangeo60. I don't know who said it. Remind me, someone. Claire Yerk. Thanks for the follow. Hope I broke up the names properly. But someone mentioned here, and I think it was someone who might have been relatively newer, just mentioned that gasket mounting is not for flexiness. It's literally for the gasket isolation. And for some reason, I never ever once internalized that in all of the explanations. Because I would always just like, how tight are you supposed to screw these? And I realized you just tighten as much as you want. I don't know what gasket mount is for. So the idea of it, like the adhesive poron, or just in general, anything that's styled to be a gasket, is you don't want metal. Like, you don't want the plate and the case materials to be touching each other. You want some kind of material that dampens that like sort of contact. So like some kind of a foam or a rubber ring or whatever. Like, that's what that's for. Not necessarily like those gaskets or that ring is not necessarily for you know, how it's gonna feel like bouncing around. It's literally just for the idea of isolation. And for some reason I'd never internalized that at all. Like, it's like, it makes sense now. But it's like kind of one of the other ways to think about when you're doing a top mount. You know what that means when you just put maybe a metal or a plastic plate against like a top case, which is probably metal, versus like putting in like some kind of like some O-rings in those screws, right? Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting. Someone mentioned that recently. I can't find it immediately in the logs. I'll look for it. But someone mentioned that. I'm like, holy shit, that makes so much sense. Because you could just tighten as much as you want. And then like someone even here today had said that the sangeo60 was stiff. And I'm like, it's like, if I didn't hear that a week or two ago or whatever, like I would have thought like, isn't it weird that it's stiff? And I'm like, no, maybe that's just how it's supposed to be, you know? Top mount is hard and loud like life. Oh yeah, Mediocrity said that today. That is sangeo65 is stiff. What am I doing? I think all I needed was just to grab NK Raw. Cherry Raw. I think we're otherwise good here. Alright, so here's the fun part. Trying to figure out what these keys are without looking at the map. Now, I do have the necessary HHKB keys separated already, but trying to figure out what is what, I think that's probably the fun of this, right? I think there's a chance this spacebar might be a little warped, but let's find out. Uh-oh. That's a pretty warped spacebar. Why did I not notice this before? I think we have more white space bars stashed somewhere, but I need to locate them. Yeah, this one's warped. Let's try some others, the other stabilized keys. Hopefully, yeah, that's not bad at all. I can try to track down whatever other white 7U space bars I possibly have. All right. What the? Bro, what's going on? Oh my goodness. Hammer Brother with the big ol' raid. Did I misalign something? I might have misaligned something. Or it's either something got misaligned or something's crazy warped, because... Oh, it's misaligned in there. Hold up. Wait. Maybe there is a chance that this is... It's a little warped, but it's not crazy warped. It's a little bit... Okay, I think something just went awry when I was screwing this back together. Dude, all the keycaps in my cherry charcoal set were groovy, except stepped caps was legit crooked. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, I guess let's unscrew this. Let's try to make sure here that we're good. And maybe we're gonna have that suction again. But yeah, hey, Hammer Brother, welcome. Hair deposit 2K and go to bed. Oh my god, I appreciate it. And Loud Brother, thank you as well. Guys, welcome from Hammer Brother's stream. Hope everyone's doing good. Spicy G-Gong, welcome back. Ding, ding, ding. A big ol' raid. Thank you guys for your contributions to the challenge. Appreciate it. What's that? Cherry charcoal are all reverse dice subsets. Is cherry charcoal reverse dice sub? Is it like a gray keycap with black reverse dice sub? Oh, sorry, I missed some of these messages. Have you seen the Dolphin 75? The whole plate foam is the gasket mount. I think that's how the Ramakara is too, Zero. Like, that was really interesting. I'd never understood how the Ramakara really worked until I looked hard at it relatively recently, right? Like, I think it was like last month or something. All right, let's try to see if we can get this aligned properly, because, you know, I've messed something up in that run. Also, yeah, there's like... The switch is not clipping in is definitely doing some lift-off action here. It's not great. I'm wondering if I should mount keycaps on this and then try to align it. The problem is it's fucking Cherry Raw, so I don't know what these caps are. It's stupid. Hold on. I'll just put some random ones, I guess. Figure it out later. Maybe even from this point, I'll put on the space bar, see if this like actually works. Yeah, this space bar works. I think there's a point to be made about trying to align everything properly. I don't know why. It's like I've never had this problem before. It's kind of weird. Shit, I'm just dropping screws because they're still kind of stuck. Wait, I feel like I've missed a whole lot of messages. Damn, I had myself that I was going to be productive this stream, then bagged one set of keycaps, checked my new keyboard following shipping, and did shit all else. A Loud Brother, thanks so much for dropping by with the raid, man. I appreciate you sticking around Hammer Brothers stream and coming in here just for a little bit, getting some points in. The lenses are brighter than the keycaps, it's reversed ISO. Then that makes sense. Two, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right, trying to hammer all this down. Hopefully the alignment will be a little bit better in this run. Seems like it. Okay. Crisis averted. Well, one of the many crises have been averted. Arigato Roboto. Thanks so much for the contribution. Kim Lin Win. Have you been here the whole time? Did I miss any messages from you? I apologize if I did. But Kim Lin Win, welcome. Always a great pleasure to have you. I love to stick around for the end, but I'm exhausted. Thanks for streaming. Chris, thanks for kicking it. Yeah, hey, appreciate it. Appreciate all of you. Hey, McJizzle, I appreciate you. Thank you for dropping by. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. What junk will I give away tonight? Not 100% sure I can come up with it at this present moment. I feel like I got something for you guys, though, and I just can't recall. Let me go around, make sure. Okie doke. Seems kind of rattly. I might need to inject a little BDZ in there. Maybe I'll do it now rather than later. Not BDZ. 206 grade 2. Oh shit. Let's plug in a little bit more in some random spots. Let's see if this helps. Yeah, that's better. A little bit of banana on the spacebar, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. So we're good, fortunately. All right, now is the again the fun exercise of trying to figure out what key is what, because none of this makes sense, right? So this is 2. Maybe you guys might want to watch this here. Jeez, what is... Okay, this one has the word 6 on it. 3, 4, 5, 6. That looks like an E. W. There's escape. Seven, 8, 9, 0. We all just lurking right on. Oh man, I'm missing a bunch of a bunch of messages here. Slevkin lurking. Frank just lurking. Frank! Saying that I do 11 lurking heavy. I'm scouring old VODs and want a frog mini now. Why you do this? I'm trying to get better about getting my VODs up lately. I hope I don't know if that's been noticed, but I've been trying to be a little bit better about getting VODs up. That looks like F, maybe. I think that's F. There's a bar on it. That's a 4. It says the word 4. Backspace. And that's J. I say you should get it. I think it would be a really good idea. Okay. What specifically about my build makes you want to get it? Does it sound good? Oh yes, the S. The most important key of the whole Cherry Raw key set. The cool S. The whole reason I bought this. All right. It's become rather confusing why or what keys go where at this point. It's like there's not even that many, but it's still just hard. I mean, this is N, Z, X, C, V, B, N. I'm gonna guess that this is P. It looks like a P. T, Y, U, I, O, P. What I do know is there's 2 alts. And I don't know which one is supposed to go where. But you know, we gotta follow it, right? I think those are brackets. I love this set. It's so fun. This is so hard, man. So hard trying to figure out what goes where. I think this is tab. Oh, I remember Q is a cube. I remember that from the thingy. Good God. I guess this is caps lock because it's the only shape that would fit there. Spiral. No, you're not supposed to give me hints. No hints. Spiral alt is left. I don't know what spiral alt is in the first place. This is a win. Is that a win key? Oh, was I not supposed to? I need to go to bed. I said Q is a cube. No, Q is a cube. Q is a cube. I think this is 5. Need to go to bed? Oh, all right. I appreciate you being here. I guess this is O. It looks like an O. Maybe this is asterisk. It's like a star. U, maybe? I want to say this is D. Now, seriously, I'm powering this. Yeah, we're almost done. We're so close. We're so close. And I can see the plate dips. I mean, you know what? There's a chance here that the plate dips don't matter, right? Is there a reality where, you know, you see the plate dipping below where they clip into the switches? Is there a reality where it doesn't matter? I want to say this is tilde. Because, like, what if it's just fine? I hate it, but it might be fine, right? Z? Maybe this is Z. L. T. Oh, the T is a t-shirt. I think these are the angle The angle braces. I'm guessing this might be B. B is B. That's 3. Is this X maybe? Yeah, let's go with X. And then maybe this is C. We're getting so close. Semicolon. The semicolon's the happy face or the winky face. That just looks like a G. What the hell is this? All right, maybe I could sort it by like the most obvious profiles. I don't know why I have this extra space bar. This is a random happy face. That's a different profile. Hand? Is hand H? Yeah, I should have ran a prediction to see if you guys think I would have gotten it correct. Damn, but it's like a little too late now. Eye. Oh, eye! There's an eyeball for the eye. We should have ran a prediction. Damn. What is this? Okay, well, I already know, like, Zero said Zero gave a cheat already, so apparently that one's win key. Plus. What are these? Maybe this is pipe backslash. So I need minus and equals and then plus. Sorry, minus and underscore and then plus. Damn, how do you know I didn't lie? I don't. I really don't. I don't. This is really hard, man. I think this is a function key. I'm gonna go with this being left alt and this one being right alt. Okay, I think this is K. CVB and M. What's M? I think that's M. Shit, there's like just a couple left here. So we're missing ampersand and 7. This doesn't make any sense. Oh man. I'm guessing this one must be plus equals. I'm just guessing now. Good God. Eyes. This one's like an eyeballs. Y? Is Y a happy face? What am I saying? The set is ridiculous. Yeah, no kidding. I got this set for 1 key. Okay, the triangle must be A. Maybe these are supposed to be eyebrows or something for the quotes. V. One of these is Windows and one of these is V. This doesn't even make sense. Oh my goodness. Ken keeps with the big old raid. Did you end up fixing the midway? Did I end up fixing it? Yeah, I think we did. I don't know, it's been too long. I've been doing all these builds. I don't remember what I've been doing. As far as I remember, the midway was great. Ken, welcome back. Welcome back. we're trying to figure out how to deal with Cherry Raw without looking at a reference picture. And I've gotten to a point where I'm very confused. I have 7 V and Windows, right Windows keys. And I'm getting a feeling there must be at least one of these wrong. Like I'm less confident about this guy. I'm thinking /pipe because it kind of looks like it. Can I tell you that there is a wrong one? Fuck. Are these profiles? I think, okay, that's the other thing. Are the profiles correct? I think I've gotten profiles correct all throughout so far. Can I? I think the shift is in the wrong place. No, the shift is correct. Literally really there's one. Okay, all right, tell me. There's just one. Just one. Tell me what position it's in. M? Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, is that V? Oh, that's V. Okay. So I think that's M. That one and that. Is that right? Okay, I'm gonna look at the reference image now. Let's see how close we got. This set seems like a bitch to put back into box. Well, I think this is one of those situations where it's like, I'm just supposed to keep it on a board and then never take it off. Okay, NovelKeys Cherry Raw. Did I really get it right? Now, I don't understand how that's a 7 ampersand, personally. But it does look like, yeah, everything else was a hit. But, you know, I was helped with this one. And then I was helped with this one. And then I did get that one right. And surprisingly, I did get those 2 right, too. Okay. All right, so we have wrapped that up. I'm gonna clean up my desk. I think my desk deserves a little cleaning for us to do this type test. Why is smiley face? I have no clue. Got no clue. All right, I'm gonna tidy up. Why not though? Should I run a prediction? Maybe I'll run a long prediction, just as I clean up. Let's do like 5 minutes, and let's do 1:30. I don't feel confident after this build. 5-minute prediction. Get your wages in if you care to. I'm gonna just be cleaning. There's a lot to clean. Something of a weird, crazy build tonight, wasn't it? And then meanwhile, I'm probably also gonna like scout for some giveaway prizes. We had like, oh shit, no way, bro. We had a bunch of fat raids today, so we gotta do a giveaway. Wait, was this in here? Oh man. Did Beep ever make an explanation for this set? I doubt it. All I know is my explanation was for the S key. The S key was all that mattered. That's all I needed. Maybe he just needed an excuse to put the cool S on a key set. I don't know why he didn't just make the whole thing all cool S's. All in believer. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's big. That's big. My guess for the 7 is that if you add a straight line down the corner of the 7, you end up with an arrow. Ah. That's still a little weird. Still a little weird, but okay. I guess I'll accept that answer. Full marks. Well, that's a day and a half of perestroika. Calm down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a 1 point. Is that 1 point in doubt? Oh, someone stands to gain a lot. Kajata is a, wait, Kajata is a doubter? The 1 point doubter? This could be a good investment. Did you put in 1 point as well? Oh, I think you put a lot. Okay. Oh, you know what we forgot? We're gonna throw this artisan back on. Guys, check it out. Rare artisan sighting. F2, Factory 2 Blue. Click Clark. Bruh. The heat. The heat. How are we on time? We still got like a minute-ish left. I've been doing a lot of tidying here. It's kind of nice. Getting cleaned up. Cleaning at lightning speed. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a rebuild in this in the future. Probably gonna put it at the end of the queue. Probably in mid-March or whatever. The heat! Dude, we're almost at 300K on perestroika. That's nuts. You guys are crazy. Crazy. Oh, are we done with the prediction? Is it over? Okay. I'm getting this fan off. I gotta close that window. Okie doke. So what do we do? 130? I think it was 130. All right, so let's talk about the build, guys. Appreciate you guys being here. This is the sangeo60. We have a DZ, no, sorry, an SNOP60 with the proper USB connector this time. We have this assembly that's kind of messed up. I say it's due to the Cobalt switch's fault, but we got Cobalt switches in here, the stock spring, but the switches are fully tuned. No films. We got an aluminum half plate and then an inverse alpha plate made of palm in the center, just for the alphas. E-white, we got the NK Cherry Raw on here. And then we got the F2, the factory seconds, blue click clack from Clack Factory up in the top left corner. So I'm looking for an appropriate, let's find an appropriate theme here. I'm not sure if Evil Eye is necessarily what we want right now, but it is kind of close-ish. Miss Cupcakes, this is fine. That doesn't really match, but whatever. Okay, checkerboard is awesome for sure. Oh shit, wait a second, something here is a little funny. Oh, did we never configured it? Oh, we never configured the board. Sorry, I'll have to re-explain what the board is after we do the configuration. This is, yeah, we got to do this. Tilde looks good. This should be control. That should be a layer key. Left 1, left alt, and then this has got to be a space. Space. Right alt, right win, looking good. Okay. Insert, delete. There's no RGB to toggle because there's no RGB on this. This should be caps lock. And then media keys. All right, and then from here we got our whole navigation cluster. Home page up, end page down, / plus minus. Okay, I think that covers it. We'll put that there, and then we'll also change this to just regular escape. Okay, cool. Cool, all right, now I should, at this point, what's going on here? Where's synergy? Oh, there it is. Hold up. I don't know why I can't switch over to where I can turn music off. Weird. Apply. Am I crazy? I can't turn this music off. Oh, what is happening? Is there an NKRO button on this? Hold up. I can't hit more than 3 keys at once. Where is the NKRO key? We've seen NKRO before, but I think that might have been in Vial. Do you guys know where NKRO is? Is there an NKRO? Toggle NKRO, there we go. Let's try that. CXCVB. That didn't work. Oh, why can't I hit R? This is crazy. I try to do left control, left shift R, and it doesn't work. ASDR, is there something like along this series of keys that doesn't let you do it? W, I can't do W. Blame it on the HHKB. I think it might be the PCB. Can't do W, can't do R, can't do D. Well, those are supposed to be prescribed. Those three specific keys are prescribed to Synergy. So that actually makes sense. Maybe did Synergy break on this machine? Hold up. Maybe you gotta find that. Apologies for the confusion here. Whoa. Okay, I think we're getting to a point where this is working. I think maybe Synergy had stopped on my streaming PC. All right, we're good. We're good to go. All right. Thank you guys for your patience. Okay, so this is, I still have caps lock on. Okay, so this is sangeo60. As we just mentioned, SNOP 60 PCB. Two plates. One is the aluminum half and the inverse palm on the alpha area. Cobalt switches, possibly scuffed build, and NK Cherry Raw. Threshold, I believe, is 130. Let me make sure of that. Prediction. 130. Threshold is 130. 60-second test. Point this mic downwards. Music is off. There's a car outside, but I did close the window, so hopefully you guys can still hear the board okay. All right, let me know what you guys think of the sound, and let's try to beat this. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, that was bad. Bruh. Oh, that was bad. I had this weird thing where I thought I was making typos, and then I had that setting on where it doesn't tell you that you're making typos, but then it would pop in. So it was strange. I can retire now. Oh, I apologize to all the believers. My sincerest. I was doing so hot for most of it too. It was bad. Good luck, gamblers. Make my zero wager double. Hey, what is better than sound as I heard? Big Barry White, welcome. Good to have you here. So you guys like the sound of it? It's got this weird construction. It's got the cobalts and the two plates, two separated plates, and it might be slightly scuffed. But apparently, I don't know what you guys think, but Big Barry White likes it. Do you guys like it? Let's do a couple 30s. See, look at that. Wait, hold on. Shh. I have something here. I turned on some setting here where I don't remember turning it on. Where it's like indicate typos. Yeah. I don't remember clicking this. That's why I was getting so confused. Let's try. Is it replace? Is replace what people normally do? Maybe it's below. Now I don't know. What is this? What is this usually for you guys? Is it below? Or is it off? Yeah, I got a weird thing going on. All right, has a poppy porcelain sound. I do prefer maybe a higher pitch, but this sounds pure. All right, it's nice, not bad. Okay, okay. Does this need a rebuild then? Wait, hold on. You know what I wonder now? Did I have that off the whole time? Like, have I had that off for months and just not know? Now it's like I had to rethink things because like I can feel myself making typos, and this is the first time I noticed that like they don't show up. Are all my other streams like this? I dig this sound. It's a bit more unique than average. Kudos. Okay. Yeah, so we have Alu on the mods and number pad, and then Palm in the center. And it's just like, I don't know how many people have done Palm for their sangeo60s, but I'm not sure how easily possible that is either. Like I'm not sure if that's like too flexy for when you deal with the gaskets on this particular board, but we do have that here by virtue of the alphas. So maybe that could be a difference. I'm gonna get some music back on. We'll do a couple 15s and then go from there. Alrighty. Cool. Let's do some Flappy Bird typing tutor. And then we'll run a giveaway. I'm probably going to skip out on the typing tutor letter invaders, typing tutor 5. Just because those take, it takes long. I do those when the streams are short. Sorry. What the H? Okay. Damn it. Fuck you. Fucking bird. Jesus Christ, can you get one? Oh, I'm blowing it. I think these like lighter linears kind of harder for me to deal with for Flappy Bird typing tutor. Oh shit. Fuck you. Because Rage is hilarious. We're just vibing right now. Bro, this bird gotta chill, man. Alright, last one. Fuck, bro. Okay, alright, it's time for a giveaway. Let me get marbles open and we'll hunt the junk drawer. See what we got. See if Marbles has any updates for us. Junk drawer time. We got... Alright, I got something real stupid for y'all. Real stupid. Alright. As you guys know, I run these giveaways at the end of stream. Usually they're full of junk. But what I do is, if you want the junk, you take the junk. If you don't want the junk, I also include a sticker, so you still get a sticker out of it. And also vice versa. You know, if you want the sticker, or, you know, if you don't want the sticker, you get the junk, whatever. All right, I found these M5, I think they're like cage nuts and screws for racks. I don't know if anyone here has any rack mount equipment, but we're gonna give away these cage nuts and cage screws, along with a stream sticker. For those of you who haven't seen these stream stickers before, we got a few variants of the Cool S forehead alien, a couple of variants of the 3D Cool S, or Kawaii Drake. You don't need to put anything else in your rack. No, the problem is that, like, I have this rack that needs cage nuts, cage screws, that I don't use anymore. And then the actual rack that I do use, like the threads are like embedded, like in the, I don't know what you call it, in the railing. So, yeah, this is just like obsolete for me now. But now it's for you. I do like the cool gold coolest stickers. Just heads up if I call dibs with my last junk item win. Okay, I'll try to remember that. If not, just let me know. Yeah, Arigato Roboto, DM me on Discord. So for anyone who hasn't already joined the Discord here, exclamation Discord, join the Discord. Notifications when I go live. A way for you to contact me if you win any of these giveaways or remind me of anything. I apologize for some people I haven't got into contact with for whatever reason for some of these giveaways. But we're gonna try to send these out. I'm gonna start trying to pack these next week because I think that's when pirate ships rates go back down. So we got all that. So yeah, join the Discord. Oh, we also got discussions on there too if you want to discuss any of this stuff. But if you guys are into some cage nuts and cage screws and or a sticker, let's do a little marbles here. Let's do a community map. Choose random ones and hope that they sound interesting and they have low elimination rates, because no rerolls. If you're first and you don't claim, we pass it along. You could choose someone to go to or just choose second place if you have no preference. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do a little Unleashed Theory. For anybody interested in this Marbles Race giveaway for some junk, now's your chance! Exclamation play to join. I'll put a nice little 3-minute timer. Join right on in. Everybody's welcome. Appreciate your time here. Also, last place finisher. Have to finish. And it's a very low elimination rate, but very last place finisher does get to choose the raid target. Let's take a look and see if we have any hints on who to raid this time of night. 1:19 a.m. on a Tuesday night. Now, I guess late or early Wednesday. I do not see any makers and crafting streamers right now. Looks like Issy is on. Is there anybody else who's on? I am on. I see someone working on, I don't know, what appears to be, oh, it's just an overhead. It's a Logitech keyboard, but I think this person might be doing something else and just has a camera over a keyboard. Exclamation play to join, guys. Raid yourself. Oh, is that the end of this playlist? Oh, I guess we might need to choose a new playlist. All right, we just finished Trap Zone. Let's go to Piano Feels. Yeah, I don't see any other keyboard streamers other than Issy. But again, whoever finishes in last place, you could choose anybody. Choose your friends, other makers and crafting streamers, your favorite hot tub streamers. Who are big streamers who are online right now? 39 Daff is on. Sup, Caitlin is on. All up to you. All right, I'll join right on in. If I win, last place finisher also gets the item in addition to the raid target choice. 30 seconds left. Thank you, guys. Let me also take a look at the calendar. Tomorrow, we'll be working on a serious. We're working on a serious rebuild. Black inks. Oh shit, you know what? I don't think I was supposed to use this key set on this sangeo60. Whoops. I was supposed to use Striker. I think I was supposed to use this Cherry Raw in the series tomorrow. Whoops. Oh, here we go. We could play around with it tomorrow. Alright, Arigato Roboto and Thixius quickly making their way down this, I don't know, this wind thingy. Where does this go? Oh, this is a weird one. Like, it's very long, but compact. So it's not like... There's not a lot of, like, length distance, like, across time and space. Just time. Community maps are so sick. Yeah, I don't know why I was always just going towards the regular maps. These community maps are pretty cool. I don't even know who's in the lead right now. It's just too crazy in here. But I like it. Like, it looks nice. What's DML? What DML, whatever that DML is, what if it's like super inappropriate? This has map 35 vibes, not sure if like/want. It has a really low elimination rate, so that part of it is cool. It just seems to be somewhat long, although someone has beat it in 141, the global record holder. I think it might just be a matter of who can make it down here, because we got one horizontal propeller and then one Ferris wheel type asterisk propeller. All right, Gamble Shroud has just gone through pretty quickly. Oh my. Is that it? Wait, no, is there more? Oh, there's holes here. So Gamble Shroud's got to make it. Oh my goodness, Gamble Shroud has won with the win. Let's take a look and see who finishes last. Gets to choose the raid target. Dark Mustard League. Gamble Shroud, if you're out there, do you claim? Gamble Shroud. Just want to see the marbles roll I pass. All right, do you pass to anyone specific, or do you want to pass it to Frank, the person in second place? Congratulations, by the way. But pass to second, Frank. Frank, if you're out there, Frank. 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 Oh, vote now with vote and yes or no. That's how you do it. Frank hates prizes. Vote yes. Yay, I suck. Frank, if you're out there, let us know. Final results. Anthixius, you won the honor of last place. So if you kind of choose a raid target, there's very, very few keyboard streamers on right now. There's Issy, but there's also Sup Caitlin. Just wanted to throw that out there. Frank, I don't know if you're out there still, but you have won, or you had this prize passed to you. I'll give you like another 30 seconds, Mr. Frank. Maybe I'll ping Frank. Dedge hours. It's very Dedge. Not dropping the kids off at Caitlin's place. OMG, sorry. Yeah, claim. He's like, claim. I don't know what it is. All right, let me tabulate you in here. All right, the stream of the 17th. We got the cage nuts and screws. That goes to Mr. Frank. Congratulations, Frank, for the claim. Anthixius, Issy sounds cool. I was over there once. All right, let's get everybody over here to Issy. That's all I can see for makers and crafting right now. So I see some Splatoon streamers on. Otherwise, but I think Issy's putting together something. So let's do Issy. All right, guys. Again, Discord, if you guys haven't already joined it, care to join? If you're subbed, here's the raid message. If you're not subbed, there you go. I'll be back tomorrow with the Sirius, and then we'll see what key set goes better, because I think I used this Cherry Raw one day too early. Whoops. All right, peace, guys.